People are more gullible now than they ever have been in the history of this species. That is just a fact. People are throwing away any level of thinking and rationality just to believe in the most outlandish garbage imaginable and just falling victim to every scam you could ever possibly drum up. 3 days ago, the stupid man's genius, Terrence Howard, went on Joe Rogan's podcast, and Joe Rogan only piped up for 13 minutes out of this 3-hour Arkham Asylum debriefing. That's 13 minutes worth of speaking from Rogan here. The rest was Terrence Howard brainwashing idiots into thinking that he's some kind of enlightened genius. For almost a decade now, Terrence Howard has gone on this international mission to convince the world that teriology is the future. That's what he calls his logic language. Teriology. Let that just marinate in your noodles up here for a second. You're believing in a guy who's fucking preaching about teriology. So, there already exists so many people that have broken down everything Terrence Howard is wrong about in the teriology logic language system. I'm just going to focus on his biggest one. 1 times 1 equals 2. That is something that he has built his entire fucking identity around when it comes to his math. And for the first 9 years of this one-man traveling circus, everyone laughed at him because it's so outrageous. If we followed teriology, cars, phones, planes, medicine, literally everything that is keeping you alive right now would not exist because his logic language is fundamentally wrong. It's not up for interpretation. He is provably wrong in every possible measurement. And I want to dive into this deeply because so many people are thinking that he is correct. They are throating his cock and balls, literally slobbering all over his meat because he went on Rogan and used words they didn't understand. So since they didn't understand the words, they took it as a sign that this guy's the fucking chosen one when it comes to math. I'm not even mad at Terrence Howard. I want to make that clear. I'm mad that a lot of people think Terrence Howard is right. I'm more mad at the gullibility of people to just take this at face value without doing any level of thinking for themselves. It's so easy now for people to just throw away their own thoughts and just let people tell them what they should believe in. They're like, yep, that sounds right. I want to believe in that, so I will. It's so fucking frustrating because that sets us so far back. Now, before I even dive deep into this rabbit hole, I want to tackle his biggest one that he has always put on the boxing gloves and fought for the honor of, which is 1 times 1 equaling 2. He even made his own YouTube video here explaining how 1 times 1 equals 2, and admittedly, if you set aside everything that he's wrong about, he's still fucking wrong. He doesn't even come close to accidentally tickling something correct. He is fishing around in the dark looking for a urinal to piss on, but he keeps pissing on the floor because he can't find it. He doesn't decide to just turn the lights on. He wants to live in this absolute, void of logic. I am going to demonstrate why 1 times 1 can never equal 2. A third grader could do this, and I'm going to break it down in a way that no matter how stupid you are, and no matter how much you want to believe in this concept, it can't work. In no dimension in the multiverse could this ever be a real possibility. So when you're saying times, when you're using multiplication here, you're talking about the groups of something. So one group of 1 is 1, but let's get more physical with it. And I'm going to do it using a physical object here. We're going to get real, kinetic with it. And I'm going to use the GamerSupps Moist Waifu Cup. So this is me on the cup, big titty anime girl. It's available at gamersupps.gg. I'll put a link to it in the description. It's available for the next 2 weeks. This just seemed like a natural segue into mentioning that while I demonstrate this. Now let's put this concept into practice in a real-world scenario. You catch me at the grocery store, you say, "Pardon me, Charles, looking extraordinarily breedable as ever today. I have this box of moist GamerSupps waifu cups. Come take a peek." And I march on over and I say, "By Jove, look at that. There is a single moist waifu shaker cup in that box. There is one box with one moist GamerSupps cup in it. One box with one cup. I pick that up. I would have one shaker cup. 1 times 1 equals 1. That's just how it works. There's not any scenario where all of a sudden this waifu shaker cup is going to start budding like it's fucking SpongeBob and I'll end up with 2 somehow. That's not how it works. I have one box that has one cup in it. You come up to me again, this time it's at a Sam Ash music store, I'm fucking blowing away at a trumpet. You say, "Charles, check out these moist GamerSupps waifu shaker cups I have in these boxes." I say, "Oh, how many cups are per box?" You say, "There's 2 waifu shaker cups in these boxes," and I have 2 boxes. 2 boxes of 2 waifu shaker cups That's 4 total waifu shaker cups. 2 times 2. It's like, this shouldn't be a hard thing for people to grasp. These aren't hard to understand, but when you have someone like Terrence Howard preaching just completely incorrect things, it's able to mislead people who want to believe in something different, that want to have this big paradigm shift in mathematics, which I don't really get. Why do you want mathematics to change? The only reason you're alive right now is because of that. You would have likely already been mauled by a bear, died from an infection, died from dysentery, wouldn't have made it past the Oregon Trail, like way before you even made it to whatever your current age is, if we didn't have math. We wouldn't be where we are today. You wouldn't be watching this. You would likely be out there hunting and gathering and probably dying in the process. There is nothing that changes about this kind of concept when it comes to math. Now, it's important to note, I'm not a mathematician. That's something Terrence Howard and I have in common. But I think if I was a mathematician, most of you would trust me less. You'd think I'd been indoctrinated by big math or something to keep the genius revolutionaries like Terrence Howard down when it comes to these innovative concepts of new math. No, an actual child could prove why 1 times 1 will always equal 1, and never 2. It doesn't take a genius to prove that Terrence Howard is wrong. It takes an ordinary person using their own brain a little bit. And Terrence Howard is hoping that you're not one of those people that think for themselves. For some reason, we've entered the age where people don't trust experts anymore. The individuals that have dedicated their lives to a certain subject like math now have the most scrutiny from the average ordinary person, thinking that they're wrong and evil. There must be like a puppet master behind the scenes controlling the experts. Instead, the average person would rather put their faith in someone that has never studied math and never done anything properly in the subject that they're preaching about, like Terrence Howard. He has dedicated his life to being wrong. Meanwhile, the experts that just get fucking torched by people that don't understand math have an entire history of inventions to show for it that these people are literally using to criticize them. These inventions that they take for granted is the product of that math, not Terrence Howard's teriology math. If teriology was the correct mathematics, where are those drones that he was talking about for Uganda? Where is all of the potential huge breakthroughs using teriology? Where are those inventions? Now, over a year ago, I did make a video on Terrence Howard going over some of his more ridiculous and embarrassing moments. I'm not going to really harp on those here because a lot of people went from Joe Rogan to that video and said that I was just attacking him on like a personal level or something, which I really wasn't. I was just explaining why a lot of this is so silly and I was making fun of it, as everyone used to do back when we used to think for ourselves instead of just be spoon-fed all of our opinions. So, what I did talk about in that video is something I'm going to briefly mention though. He tried to scam all of Uganda by promising them these drones that literally just don't work. I'm just going to play you a clip from that again to remind you that Terrence Howard uses this math in pretty nefarious ways from time to time, like in the case with Uganda drones from the hydrogen proton geometry.
Was there for 2 years until I saw that there was an inconsistency with the math there. And so I went out to explore a new way of understanding how the universe works, and I was able to define the grand unified field equation they've been looking for and put it into geometry.
Once again, just a friendly reminder, there is nothing more consistent than 1 times 1 equals 1. To represent it one more time, I have one box with one waifu cup in it. 1 times 1. The total waifu cups is 1. One box has one of these in there. There is one of these in total.
And then with that geometry, I was able to put props on that. And what I'm saying is now we have invented a new form of flight that I would like to bring here to Uganda to replace the drones, to replace the helicopters, to replace the planes. Now, this is the geometry of hydrogen. Of hydrogen.
Hydrogen.
This is the proton itself. So any bond that hydrogen can make, our linchpins are able to make.
It's been 2 years since this, and it doesn't seem like Uganda's any closer to having those Terrence Howard promised hydrogen proton geometry new flight machines that reinvent flight as we know it. But maybe it's just a project that takes a long time. Maybe he's at Area 51 right now cooking that shit up with the aliens. Who's to say? There's just no updates on it. So I'm excited to see Terrence Howard's update on these hydrogen proton geometry flying machines. But let's be fair here. Let's take a peek at both sides. Terrence Howard actually did publish something trying to prove that 1 × 1 = 2 and that the world of science and math is wrong. You can read through the whole paper yourself if you'd like, and hopefully you'd come to the obvious conclusion that he is still incorrect in everything that he's breaking down here. He's using all these incredible leaps in logic to get to his conclusion. What I want to highlight, though, is in his own paper here, he has a whole section dedicated to the Anunnaki Sky People. Some call them the Anunnaki, the Sky People, whoever they were that gave naive generations some 6,000 years ago a multiplication table and a flat view of universal geometry. They gave that poor, misguided people a false axiom upon which to build their world. In a paper that's supposed to all be about logic and math, where the fuck did the Anunnaki Sky People come from here like a jump scare? What in the world? That should immediately trigger your bullshit alarms. That is unhinged to include in this. Like, it showcases that he fundamentally doesn't even understand where math comes from in the first place. He makes it seem like math is something that was given to us. Math is not an invention. Math is a discovery. It's something we learned. It's not something that we created based upon an Anunnaki Sky People gift. A ruse from the Anunnaki. Also, I love how he can just slide in whatever nonsense he wants without any type of citation or proof behind it. Oh yeah, this is all based upon what the Anunnaki gave us 6,000 years ago. Well, trust me, I know. I was there, actually. I saw it. Terrence Howard, I'm immortal. I saw it. I was actually there during the trade of the Anunnaki geometry and the naive generation 6,000 years ago. That's how. That's my proof. That's my evidence. Like, people just take what he says and just run with it. Like, oh, that's great. And like, they ignore it. Like, on Joe Rogan, he had a whole section dedicated to how he can remember his birth.
I was inside my mother's womb. And I was about maybe 6 months inside the womb. And I'm like, okay, don't forget I'm here. Okay. Don't forget. You go to sleep. You wake up again. Now something's moving in front of you. And you're like, oh, that's my friend. But I had a different name for it. I didn't know it was my hand. But I knew I had a title for it. Go back to sleep, all of those things. Then ultimately you get ready to come out. I remember all of that.
You remember coming out?
Remember being compressed.
That is legitimately not possible. There were some doctors that weighed in on this because a lot of people were like, this is incredible. He truly is like this super genius. He even remembers being in his mom's womb. You can't. You actually can't. You don't even start storing memories in your brain at those stages because it is still developing. So they're not fully developed. Thus, those parts that are responsible for memory storage and memory retrieval aren't there yet. You can't. And you certainly wouldn't be able to recall them. Now, a couple doctors did say that in very rare cases, you can recall some feelings, which is why if you had like a traumatic birth, that could play a role in your life later on. Like, you do form memories as a baby, but due to infantile amnesia, you can't recall them. So the memories you're forming are things like your mother's face, shit like that. As a baby, you do form those memories. You can recall your mom's face, but as you grow up, you are never going to remember those moments. You can't. Except in like extraordinarily rare cases, which don't have a ton of documentation surrounding or proof around, but there are a couple of cases where people do claim that they can. But in Terrence Howard's case, not even those extraordinary circumstances go as far as him, where he's remembering in the womb and saying to himself, don't forget, and then giving a name to his hand. That's just ridiculous. And then he says that the proof of this on Rogan is that when his wife was pregnant, he'd shine a light on her belly and then play music. And he did that for like a week, and then he stopped shining that light and playing the music, and then the baby's hand pushed on his mother's stomach. That was his proof that Terrence Howard remembered everything in his mom's womb. Once again, a complete misunderstanding of the things that he's fucking talking about with it. And there were a lot of people that said like, oh, that was a really weird section, but he was right about everything else. Why are we ignoring things like that? That is not something you should ignore. That is very clearly a red flag in the logic and the person behind the logic. It's ridiculous. Like, they're like, oh, no, he was definitely weird about the whole remembering being in the womb nonsense. But he was totally right about gravity not being real. Like, disproving gravity, he fucking nailed. And 1 × 1 = 2, absolutely on the money with it. Been saying it for years. It's so ridiculous. People just want to believe in the most like, I don't even know the right word for it. The most over-the-top special ideas just to feel like they're smarter than everyone else. At least that's the impression I get. Because there is no way you would ever logically reach these conclusions unless you just wanted to believe Terrence Howard because it's fun and it makes you feel special. That's the only way. Because if you ever try and employ any of these in the real world, they fall on their fucking face. Again, 1 times 1 never equals 2. So if you ever try and use any of the teriology in your day-to-day life, it's not going to work. You're going to be left high and dry with your dick in your hand. It's not going to function. It can't. It doesn't. And for some reason, we are now in this age where people are just like, it doesn't matter. He's probably still right. Like, what the fuck? It's so stupid and frustrating. It really is. Like, again, I'm not even mad at Terrence Howard. Like, it's not a crime to be dumb. And it's not wrong to, like, pursue things outside of the already established, mainstream belief system. I think that's extremely important to a healthy society, always challenging the things that you're given. But this is the exact opposite. People aren't challenging what Terrence Howard is feeding them. They're just accepting it with a fucking smile on their face and not asking any questions. Terrence Howard pursuing this is not the biggest deal in the world to me. In fact, I do think in a lot of cases that can be really helpful. If someone goes out and challenges like some really well-established theories or whatever, like, let's see. It's always important. But he has come back with incorrect conclusions and still preaches about how everyone else is wrong, without ever demonstrating why he's right. He has nothing to show for his teriology. No creations, no inventions, nothing. So it should immediately right there stop for him and be like, okay, you know what? This was, a fruitless endeavor. I didn't get anything out of this. Maybe the math that we have is correct and is consistent because look at all we have to show for it. Look at all of this around us. We're surrounded by the product of mathematic breakthroughs. And Terrence Howard's math has nothing like that. So it should have come back like, okay, it was worth a try, didn't happen, we move on. And then he could have gone into different avenues to pursue more knowledge or more discoveries, but he hasn't. He has locked himself down to something that is completely false, and he's taking as many people with him as he can. And I think that shit sucks. People need to stop just taking in other people's perspectives as their own and start actually just thinking for themselves and putting into practice the things that they're being told to see if they make sense and if they're right. That's it. I mean, that's really about it. I'm not going to keep droning on about this. It's just so fucking frustrating. That's it. See ya. All right, where's this murderer at? Oh, they even have English support here? I thought this was just going to fully be in Russian. No, I won't be immersed. I bet Troy Baker's going to do some of the voice acting here. Hopefully it's a good English dub. Talk to Anna, the wife of the murdered man. Here I come.
We arrived here at 12 noon. I told you, we arrived here at 12 noon.
Is this guy saying that? Why does he say that to me?
I told you, we arrived here at 12 noon.
This taxidermy dog is wonderful. Very cool, very nice.
He died at about 1 o'clock at night.
That what that Roblox guy did?
I told you, he died at about 1 o'clock at night.
What is this, a house for ants? Jesus Christ, I'm too much of a fucking Chad to fit through the door. How do I crouch? Oh, there we go, C. Hey, what's up?
Hello, I'm Detective Silantiev.
Can somebody shoot that fucking rooster?
Condolences. I immediately called an ambulance. Where were you before that time? The day before yesterday, I left the house.
I'm pretty sure this is the same guy doing both characters.
And
hey!
I didn't see anything. I was asleep at 1 at night. I didn't see anything.
Liar.
I was asleep at 1 at night.
This is a beware of dog sign. I'm going to take a guess and assume that this is another stuffed dog. Oh, here it is! How do I kill this? Hey!
No, I didn't see anything. I was asleep at 1 at night.
He doesn't even bother trying to, like, change the pitch on his voice. Good for him. Fuck it. He's good enough. It's like an improved LA Noir. Yeah. I'm gonna take a guess. She was asleep at 1 at night.
I didn't see anything. I was asleep at 1 at night.
Yep.
I didn't see anything.
Okay.
I was asleep at 1 at night.
I am noticing a pattern.
I didn't see anything.
Okay.
I was asleep at 1 at night. I didn't see anything. I was
Got it,
asleep
okay.
at 1 at night.
I got a lot of valuable information here.
Anna looked too nervous. Was she involved in the murder? I should ask her mom.
I should have started with her mom. What time does she get out of the strip club? Oh. Well, there's nothing here. I can see into the window. Nobody lives here. Someone built a brick wall and a door over a cliff and nothing else. Where the fuck does she live? Swimming is for amateur detectives. Real detectives wear lead shoes and run through the... Fuck. Banish me to the Shadow Realm. Anna's mother is a very tricky lady. This conniving bitch. Where is she? Here we go. I found a way to break in. Alright, where's Anna's mother? Where the fuck is she hiding? God, I feel like Doctor Strange in here. Well, I think they forgot to put Anna's mom in the game. This is probably where it just ends. This is a very modern, ergonomic house design, I will say. Anna's mother has fantastic taste. I can't get inside the garage, that's what I'm trying to do. Doesn't work. That door over there doesn't open. Okay, so I don't think they remembered to put her grandmother here, so I think this is probably just where this game ends. Okay, good game. Couldn't find the murderer, though. Cat's War is an incredibly addictive third-person shooter. This does look highly addictive. Is this gonna be another one of those extremely boring open world Unity asset flips? What do the reviews say? Wow, I like cat. Here I come. Just like in the trailer. Yeah, I'm already getting addicted to this. This is pretty good. Oh my god, anything's possible. Donald Duck and the gang's getting all fucked up. Oof. Wow. Don't do it. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. That guy's got some crazy moves. What was that, Wing Chun? Where are the guns at? Got you this time. Okay, these guys are so fucking strong. Do I have anything else? Oh my god, stop. Better than the GTA remaster. It does look better. Okay, well this is probably everything Cat Wars has to offer. Pretty cool game. Keep that one in the old library there in case I ever feel like hopping back in there. That was pretty cool. Ooh, hold on a second. We might have a little something here. Is there a story to this? No, I can already tell. It's just gonna be nothing but assets you fight. If he bothered to put a story in it, this would be worth it, but this is just gonna be boring asset flip. Shame. There was potential there. Pro Soccer Online. Okay. Time to take my soccer to the next level. Oh, the Unreal Engine. Okay, okay. 0 players in the global queue. That's because everyone's in-game, having fun. Let's do a little training. Oh yeah! There were 2 people in the world playing this game, so I'll see if I can get in a game. Like, maybe it doesn't start 3-on-3 and we do 2v1. Okay, hold on, there's 2 people in Frankfurt. No, this is a good waste of $4. I basically paid $4 for a jukebox. No, there's more than 2 songs. Oh wait, maybe not. I thought this was gonna switch. A couple days ago, there was a big news story that came out about an 8-year-old kid who was turbo pranked by the prank god. It was in a Target. He was told that they were filming a Mr. Beast style video, and it was a blindfolded shopping cart challenge where they'd be given 30 seconds with him and his dad to get as much of the toys that they could into the cart, and he'd buy it for them. And the prank was, he didn't buy it for them. Instead, him and his friend just ran away giggling, and then both probably had to start hyperventilating into a paper bag in order to come down from the adrenaline rush of lying to an 8-year-old for their YouTube video. And this became a bit of a big story because you've got to be a pretty psychotic douchebag to prank an 8-year-old, but an even bigger, ghoulish asshole to prank a hearing-impaired 8-year-old whose dream it was to be part of a Mr. Beast video. So let's go over this whole situation as well as his response, because this shameless lobotomite actually came forward and put his face on it, whereas previously, no one really knew who this was. But now, the mayor of Doofus Town has come forward with a press conference here in order to address it personally. So I can't wait to show you what this guy looks like and how he tries to rationalize it.
Saturday for 8-year-old Gabe Lyles and his dad TJ, until 3 men walked up and said they were working with the YouTuber Mr. Beast.
Said that they wanted to do a fill the cart challenge where we would be blindfolded. Within 30 seconds, whatever we could put within the cart, they'll pay for.
That was the whole premise of the prank, and this is pretty much what modern pranks are. Just being as cruel as possible and making strangers' days just worse for the sake of your own content to try and fill your completely worthless, dead-on-arrival, doomed-to-failure TikTok career. Now, I'm going to skip around a little bit and show you a clip from his response because he's refuting the claim that he labeled it a Mr. Beast video to the kid and his dad. Not that it really matters that much, that doesn't really change how fucking degenerate this garbage is in the first place, but I will just show you that because he's trying to make it seem like in his response he's in the right, and that the dad is a liar, and insinuates that he's lying for the sake of clout, which is absolutely hilarious, the lack of self-awareness to make a claim like that from his position.
We're working with the YouTuber Mr. Beast.
We're kind of like Mr. Beast, not really though.
So this is coming from his unedited video that was filmed, but it's extremely possible that he's leaving out the shit that makes him look much worse and corroborates what the dad was saying. But regardless, let's say he's being 100% truthful here. Even just watching that clip, I think it's extremely easy to recognize why it'd be confusing and people would think that he was coming up like he was associated with Mr. Beast. He fucking ambushed these people in public and then said, it's time for a blindfolded shopping spree challenge, and then mentioned Mr. Beast. Like, I'm imagining he's coming from a privileged background where this maybe isn't that big of a deal, but to a family that doesn't come from that kind of background, this is a, like, dream come true moment. So just getting that opportunity, immediately your heart's going to be racing and you're going to, you know, maybe mishear a couple of things in excitement, not maliciously. So I don't think the dad was lying on purpose here, and he does name drop Mr. Beast, so that's something that would absolutely stick with you after the fact. So I think it's very easy to get confused that this guy is associated with Mr. Beast. I don't think he was making that claim in order to lie on purpose here.
Mr. Beast is one of Gabe's favorite YouTubers. He often makes videos about challenges where he gives away free stuff. So TJ and Gabe believed that the men were working with Mr. Beast. They both put on a blindfold and started filling their cart. And then TJ heard the men running away.
I legitimately think being a prankster is one of the most pathetic things you can ever do with your life. I actually have more respect for people that'll just lick the toilet seats clean at a gas station. At least they're providing some kind of public service, whereas pranksters do nothing but bring the rest of the world down. It's like the last-ditch effort for talentless losers to try and make some kind of name for themselves or get some kind of attention or monetization out of, like, viral videos that are designed to make people hate you. So you're basically just turning your whole life into a punching bag and a spittoon for everyone to spit on you for, and hope that you get a couple of doubloons out of it along the way. There is nothing more embarrassing. I'd even go as far as to wager that if you ran a long-term scientific study on pranksters, you would find a high correlation behind being a prankster and being a cuck. I think one of the core things that drives someone to being a prankster is having a humiliation fetish, which is no different than cuckoldry. But at least with most cuckolds, it's a private fetish between consenting adults, whereas pranksters, their humiliation fetish has no one consenting to it, and is just subjecting the public around them to it. It's making them victims of their humiliation fetish. All in all though, I just can't fucking stand public nuisance pranksters. Absolute dog shit content and absolutely horrible fucking losers. I just don't understand how someone has so little shame to prank an 8-year-old and think that they're somehow like a badass or a good prankster.
My heart sank, 100%. The very last thing in this world I want to do is hurt him.
It broke my heart because I thought my dreams were coming true.
The shopping cart challenge was just a mean prank, and it was one comment in particular that upset TJ.
My son leaned in and said that he couldn't hear them because he had to wear hearing aids, and they said that's why we are choosing you for this challenge.
It is actually heartbreaking listening to the kid talk about this. It's very clear this meant a lot to him. This is like a life-changing moment for a child. Like, to actually have your dreams come true, your favorite YouTuber is doing your favorite challenge with you, like, that's something so special that he'd remember for the rest of his life. And now it will still be something he remembers for the rest of his life, but in a very negative way. He'll remember this as the day he realized he can't just fucking trust people in the world anymore. It's like the first time you get scammed in RuneScape. Now, the father mentioned that the child is hearing impaired, and that the pranksters said that, you know, that's why we want to do this challenge with you. And this is something that the prankster in question is once again refuting.
And they said that's why we are choosing you for this challenge, because of the hearing loss. Huh? Do you guys want to be in a quick video?
The Southington town.
And that's his proof that he didn't know about the hearing impairment. That one literally split-second clip. Not exactly the most robust evidence. Didn't build the best defense case here. Once again, he very easily could have just cut out the part where the hearing impairment was mentioned. I don't know what was or was not said there. I don't have access to the security camera feed there at the store or anything. But I'm much more inclined to believe the father and the child here, the victims of the prank, as opposed to this fucking asshole, who very easily could just not show those parts.
The Southington Town Commission for Persons with Disabilities gave TJ a $200 gift card, and Target matched it. On Sunday, Gabe's dreams of a shopping spree came true.
I'd pick out Nerf guns, water balloons, and water guns.
At least there's a happy ending to the story. He did get to have his shopping spree and get the toys that he wanted to get. And he seems to have like a really great positive attitude in general. So I'm super happy to hear that there was some kindness shown his way to let him actually be able to do the shopping spree. And now I want to add on to that happy ending by insulting the prankster who proudly showcases himself as the one behind it. So let's make fun of this asshole.
Before we continue the video, I just want to clear the air for anyone that hates me right now, that wants to rip off my beard or shave my eyebrows or rip my ears off or something.
It's almost sadder than the prank itself that he called that little pube patch on his chin a beard. That's not a beard, man. It's a group of taint hairs on your chin. That hair on your chin is what most people have on their gooch. I really hope you don't go around saying that you have a beard, because that's even more embarrassing and delusional than you thinking that pranking an 8-year-old for your TikTok or YouTube channel was a good idea. The fact that you call that a beard is sickening. Also, I love that he immediately tries to showcase his quirky personality. Oh, you guys must hate me and want to, pull my ears off. How wacky and random. So this is like the personality of a prankster. Fucking lame as shit. I already know this is the kind of guy who, when hanging out with his friends, makes stupid faces and goofy noises in order to be the clown, in order to make people laugh, like he's performing at a child's birthday party.
I did not know that kid was deaf. I did not know that, alright?
It wouldn't have mattered whether you knew or not. You would have still done and posted the prank all the same. In fact, you can't even help but smile about it right here. Can't even pretend to care for a single iota of a second. I also couldn't help but notice that he's got the no parking sign behind him and another sign behind that. So this fucking goofball is one of those dumb idiots that steals public signs and proudly puts them in their room. We made fun of people that did that back in college, fucking 8 years ago. For those that don't know, it was a little bit of a trend for a while where people would get rowdy or they'd be drunk and they'd like steal a public sign, like a no parking sign, and they put it in their dorm room. And those people got relentlessly bullied for it because it's so goofy and embarrassing to think that it's cool. And yet this guy's still living in a fantasy land where he thinks it's like hard or cool that he stole these signs and he's proudly displaying them in the background of his videos. This guy's whole life is designed around being a professional loser.
And the dad is exaggerating it and lying to the news because what happened. I thought it was funny, but I also was kind of mad because he lied about me and my friends, and that kind of got me upset because, you know, it didn't get me upset because he deserved the money. He got the money out of it. But, he tried to make us look like we were super bad guys. We were just being bad guys. All right?
Well, that clears it up then. All's right in the world. They weren't being super bad guys. They were just being bad guys. You know, just the classic prank an 8-year-old, get their hopes up, make them believe their dreams are coming true before you bring that all crashing down and then use them for your content to try and get some kind of money or career out of it. Not super bad guys by any means, just like moderately bad guys. So, makes sense now that he's really helped clear the air here and clear everything up. So yeah, this guy sucks, his friends suck, pranksters in general like this suck, fucking public nuisance pranksters are horrible. That's about it. So yeah. Cornstarch addict? I'm addicted to bricks. Can this woman actually eat bricks?
This woman is eating herself out of house and home.
It's like succulent.
Yeah, it looks succulent. A lot of flavor in that.
It's hard work digging a hole in the wall.
Why do you dig a fresh hole each time?
So most days, different walls have different tastes, and I have preferences as to which walls I prefer to eat.
See, that's something I think about too. I feel like if I ate even like a small piece of that, I'd be in the hospital. Or I'd contract, stomach explosive combustion. Meanwhile, this woman's eating fucking entire buildings and fine.
Her preferred plaster comes from her childhood home.
How the fuck does that work?
I don't particularly like the brick in the house.
I eat a grape that's just barely over the expiration date and I feel sick.
So I tend to go to my grandmother's house and dig out her
Woman's eating
brick.
walls.
I tried to open the door, but I accidentally hit her with the door because she was behind it. So now I was thinking, like, what's going on?
He caught me with brick dust on my face and a screwdriver in my hand.
God, if I only had a nickel for every time I got caught like that, huh? Am I right, chat? Just brick eating things. Hashtag get some subs in here for that, huh?
It was a surprising shock.
Ooh, I could hear the flavor in that one.
I like this taste in particular. A bit chalky.
I can't imagine why.
I enjoy it.
Patrice suffers from the condition pica. She started eating plaster in her teens when she was living with her grandparents.
Your grandparents suck so much dick you'd rather eat bricks than hang out with them?
You're choosing cornstarch over your family.
Or will their efforts go up in smoke?
I like that line. You stupid bitch, you are choosing cornstarch over your family. How can you be addicted to eating something so much that you're choosing that over your family, even if it's like ice cream or something good? I don't think I've ever been faced with that Gordian knot. Charlie, it's either the ice cream or your family. It's so stupid. Why would you hide cornstarch everywhere like an Easter egg hunt? Have one central, really good hiding spot for your cornstarch and put all of your cornstarch there. Why would you hide all of it all over the place? That just gives your husband more chances to find your cornstarch. Are you a fucking cornstarch rookie? Do you not know how to hide cornstarch properly, you fucking idiot?
This could already be going on. You're choosing cornstarch over your family.
Just have it in the kitchen. He'd notice the cornstarch kept going missing though, like if they kept running out.
AJ and I pulled the cover off this pool to reveal the amount of cornstarch mixed with water that Nikki eats in a year.
Are you stupid? That's just gonna really send her into an orgasm. Look at all that beautiful cornstarch for her now. That's like showing a coke addict an entire stash. This is the amount of coke you have in a year, and we have it right in front of you. You don't want this, do you?
sink.
You don't want this.
That was shocking to me right there.
What the fuck?
I had.
Oh wow. Yeah, this really don't got out.
Imagine the plot twist. I gotta share this with you as well. I've been eating your cornstarch. I found the stash. I have been tapping into that product.
Yes, definitely.
When you're hurting, I'm hurting too as well. You have to let me know. You have to be open to me as well.
From now on, my word is my bond.
If Charles can be there to support her, then Nikki
Yes.
can replace
More
that
cornstarch for Charles.
with affection from her husband.
Thank you, Dr. Mike. Our plan is working.
A little more cornstarch.
Protein powder mixed with cornstarch? Why?
I want to make
That's
sure
not
that comes to
efficient.
here. You know what's at stake.
Yes, I do.
I think it's gonna take me some time to wean me off of cornstarch.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
You think this lady's gonna start eating spoonfuls of protein powder?
For 4 days.
If she gets addicted to protein powder, that's even worse. She'll give herself kidney stones. You guys aren't curing her addiction, you're giving her a different one. An equally bad, if not worse one.
That's not working anymore.
If that tin is your body and your veins, what does that mean?
Probably a heart attack.
Yeah.
Didn't they even say they've run tests on him for 2 years and they found nothing wrong with his heart or anything? And these fucking idiots still think he's eating that much trans fat? These are not doctors.
That approval.
You needed their approval.
Yeah.
This is all
In
so
assessing
fake.
Josh's self-worth,
Why did you start liking
he didn't
pizza
have
so
very
much?
many
Well, pizza
things
tastes good.
that made him feel
Yeah,
good
that makes
about
sense.
himself, like
Why'd
he
you
did
start
when he
eating
was an
pizzas?
athlete.
My mom
When he
never
stopped
loved me.
getting that, he
So I
started
turned to
choosing
pizza
So he
forever.
used this object,
of course.
this food, to get things on in control of.
How in the
think it all
fuck
just
did
kinda
pizza
started
make
once
him
the
lose
sickness happened.
volleyball?
Once I wasn't able to play volleyball.
Was the
anymore,
pizza
I
like the
kinda
ball
just
from
crumbled away.
Space Jam just sapping him of his volleyball
And then I was
talent?
Brother,
What's up?
brought you some food.
But each meal without pizza is a struggle.
Right now, every time I
He's like an anime character who's just been defeated trying to gather the strength.
I just miss the taste of
Broccoli!
pizza, really. Nothing I've been eating tastes that
This
good.
one's for the power of friendship.
Emotionally, it's draining thinking about every meal and what I eat. all
Oh
the
jeez, you're
vegetables.
making him
It's really
eat
frustrating.
raw
It
broccoli?
really
He's going right back to the pizza once the
Eating
cameras stop
vegetables
rolling.
every day sucks.
You might as well just start feeding him bricks like the last girl.
I never
Oh,
thought
God.
I'd see the day where
Did-
we'd go out to dinner and Josh
He just
would
said
order
clams.
anything other than
Sweet,
I was
sweet.
shocked.
Who is this
Can I
man?
get the classic margarita pizza?
Oh, baby. The final boss.
I was actually very glad that
Josh is about to flip the table over.
because those real life behavioral
No.
triggers when somebody's gonna have the pizza, that's what Josh needs to experience.
I hope they all order a pizza.
Through all of this, pizza was my enemy.
His dick has also grown 10 inches. Christ, this show's great. Cola addict, let's get in there. What will the experts recommend for her? Hopefully pizza.
Single day.
Me and Cola are
4,000 calories
Whenever I
from
have Cola by my
Coke a
side,
day?
I feel safe.
I don't know about that. Those numbers seem a
Amy's
little
family
inflated.
immigrated to the United States. Now 20.
This is such
Amy lives
bullshit.
At home with her parents, but doesn't eat anything like the rest of her family.
This is
My mom
bullshit.
cooks a pretty healthy food.
I like to dunk these in my soda.
Okay, lock this woman up. Never mind, it's
Okay,
real.
so
Lock,
good.
lock her up.
Amy's
I wouldn't
eating
even do
habits
that for
are
the
really
camera as a
disgusting.
joke.
I don't know what
Lock her
else
up.
to say about that.
At the same time,
Actually, I take
soda
it back.
is
She does have some acne. Maybe she really does drink this much
Amy
soda
had
a
a
day.
serious
I
health
find it
scare when
super
she
hard to
discovered
believe.
a lump in her chest, which her
And that didn't do anything to get her to stop?
When she got up from her surgery, she wanted a cola. My mom sneaked it in.
Wow.
Ma'am, you're
So
going to
Amy's
jail.
mom's been enabling her cola habit. It's going to be a
We've
real
called the
challenge
police,
helping Amy
alerted the
recover
authorities.
when
You're
her
gonna end up
mom
in the
is
slammer now, bitch.
happy.
An addiction.
Yeah, it is an
He's
addiction.
he's
When she
mean
gets
mugging
up
her
and she
real
doesn't have
hard.
soda, she's gonna be grumpy.
I actually haven't drank in. Jesus, I'm a fucking idiot. I haven't drank a soda, like
This
without vodka
is
in
the
it,
amount of
in
cola you
about
drink
10
in 1
years, I'd
month.
say.
those are a lot of boxes.
Coming up on like a decade without having like a
37
casual soda.
cases.
I absolutely
average
hate the
person
taste of
drinks
them.
1 case.
I get the sense that really the stakes may not be high enough for Amy.
We have some more to show
That's
you.
why we brought in professional boxer Floyd Mayweather to
Dr.
beat her
Gal
within
and
an inch of
JJ
her life
showed me
until she quits cola.
Pyramid of soda.
I've used this
I
tactic
know
on many
that's
of my
wild, but
clients
just
at the
to
Dr. Mike Dow facility, and it works 100% of the time.
When Amy's scared, when When Amy's shocked, Amy laughs to diffuse the situation.
She knows her like the back of her hand. On her first meeting, JJ Virgin has learned everything about Amy.
Ready to try your new breakfast?
Yes.
JJ Virgin fucking sucks. Smoothies have just as much sugar. Granted, it's much better sugar and a lot more nutritionally beneficial. But if she's pre-diabetic, replacing her cola with an equally sugary fruit drink from a fucking Smoothie King is gonna do just as much harm. JJ Virgin is bafflingly stupid.
And to make sure she sticks to that, Dr. Dow wants to remove all excess colas from the house.
Yeah, it sounds like step one. Doesn't take an expert to figure that out. Hey, we want her to stop drinking so much cola.
Oh no.
Well, let's start removing it. I think a 6-year-old would figure that
It's
out.
a waste.
Since we are now enlisting your help in helping Amy.
If you don't do it, I am hitting this with a sledgehammer and ruining your kitchen. I wish Mike Dow was a little more aggressive. Oh, you don't want to pour it out then, do you, Amy? Okay, I'll do it. Pops it open, starts fucking splashing her with it.
Entire week.
You had that aha moment yet, but she has had moments of realization where she is maybe.
How are you gonna give her the aha moment if pre-diabetes and all of the other shit you've tried to scare her didn't work? What are you gonna do? Hire a burglar to like stage something? Like, I'm coming to steal your Coke. See if she defends it? What, scaring her straight? What are you gonna try, Dr. Mike Dow? This man's a fucking wild card.
Amy is an addict.
Luckily, she never had an issue with it in the first place, you liars.
Until a freaky eater comes to terms with their addiction. And
I hope in the end card where it usually says their progress, they say Amy died shortly after filming.
I wish she'd engaged this.
Just like really sell the story.
There and really help it away.
Raw meat addict, that does sound interesting.
Her future.
The stakes are high. We are talking about.
We'll save that for next time. I think for tonight this will be the last one. They made a fucking grave for her?
Stakes are high. We are talking about Christine.
This is a high production one.
And really her life.
They're trying to scare her.
Christine's children went to live with their father. Devastated, Christine turned to sugar for comfort.
They keep saying that. I just, you know, maybe someone in the chat's had an experience like that, but I don't get that. Oh man, you know, my parents don't love me. Well, I'll go eat a lot of pizza and sweets, I guess. He sounds like he's reading a script. Well, thank you so much, board certified nutritional specialist JJ Virgin and PhD nutritional athlete Dr. Mike Dow, whose penis is said to be at least 8 inches. I brought you here over a concern with my mother down the street.
And really her life.
We're doing raw meat. Fuck it. This is it's gonna be like the same strategy as the last girl. You're welcome.
To the extreme.
Better get fucking 10,000 subs for this sacrifice. I wanted to save this. We surprised him at the gym. Then we surprised him again while he was fucking a hooker. Then I surprised him personally by asking to get fucked by him. This guy looks like Josh, but with longer hair. Is this Josh again? The pizza addict?
Particularly when it came to writing poems.
That's definitely Josh's brother.
My father's footsteps.
They ran out of actors. Yeah, they're just reusing, hoping we don't notice, but I noticed.
Liberal arts instead.
That's Josh.
A decision not embraced by his family.
Buying the manager special, the cheapest.
Hey, don't shit on the manager, Virgin. Jesus, not everyone was born with a silver spoon in their pussy.
We're gonna confront him about his behavior.
Manager does some good work.
Figure out if he is willing to accept our help.
Oh, it's an empty gym. That's convenient.
JJ Virgin. Good to meet you.
I heard the raw meat guy was coming, so they all left.
Doing my usual. The E. coli test they did came up positive, but I don't think it's a real biggie because I think my body's naturally made to fight this type of thing. Is there such a thing as the body building up immunity?
No. Actually, you're putting yourself at higher risk for disease the more...
What if I used cheat codes
easiest way to prevent
to make my body fight it? Would that work, doctor?
Is cooking the meat.
Fever.
Your body is 63% E. coli.
Shift as we started to review his test results, and it all became very
well, after we ran the test, it turns out there's an alien.
On this test,
it's fucking wild. You wouldn't believe it, Daniel. But I have the remedy. It's cornstarch.
Sitting.
Ruined it. He ruined it.
Tough,
Who cooks
chewy,
what? Who cooks steak in a pan?
And acceptance from his brother.
Did he take him to
so
a
that he can
paintball
truly
range?
Accept himself.
Oh my god. We're gonna shoot the raw meat out of you. Now I warn you, Daniel, I, Dr. Mike Dow, I'm a paintball professional.
Same team, what I wanted to see.
You got me?
Yeah. Go, go.
They're spending more time on this paintball match than on fixing his addiction. Their solution took like 1 minute. They're like, you don't like your dad, do you? Well, no, not really. Okay, well, you're gonna stop eating raw meat. Well, yeah, that's fine. Friends, I am so deep in the void right now. I am down the rabbit hole of Looksmaxxing, and I don't know if I can ever get out. I'm starting to believe we really do live in a simulated universe because I am in the darkest corners of this, and I can't believe that this is real life. I'm in the Looksmaxxing matrix here, and what I see disturbs me. It's an obsession for a lot of people. 10 days ago I made that video, Beware of Jelking, where I focused on like the sillier aspects of Looksmaxxing, though admittedly still dangerous, where a big part of Looksmaxxing is about your wiener and being insufficient to sexually pleasure a woman, so they recommend jelking exercises, which is stretching the penis in dangerous ways that often cause irreversible damage. They'll have you beating your skin flute like it owes you money, fucking pretzeling your cock, sticking it in your own butt, and just doing these like weird accordion-like stretches on your meat that in a lot of cases destroy it in the process. And I was making a video kind of just talking about that and joking about it because jelking is something that I'm familiar with because it was an old internet meme and something I also tried when I was young, stupid, and desperate. But when I made that video just 10 days ago, I was at the surface level of Looksmaxxing. I still had my water wingies on and I was above water, but now, brother, I'm a fucking seasoned veteran. I have seen some weird shit with Looksmaxxing and I want to share a little bit of it with you. There is a complete hyperfixation on wiener size in a lot of Looksmaxxing communities, where they believe that that is everything. And they spend every waking hour of their day doing all that they can to penis max, like everything they can to stretch and contort, or even drugs in some cases, to increase the size in any way at all, even just like a fucking millimeter, they are doing. And it's really sad, because that's like their whole life right now. I found this YouTube channel who for a while now has been posting content pretty much exclusively focused around dropping this arcane knowledge on how to increase your cock size. Like, just look at some of these. The Best Extender 4.0 is here, and then that doohickey looks like some kind of gadget that Wile E. Coyote would use to try and trap the Roadrunner, like a bear trap for it. And that's supposed to be something for your most sensitive area on the body? Like, my God, please have mercy. And then he does like these interviews with people, so like how women react to giant penis. Like, his whole mentality is all about his cock. And it's, I don't know, like this obsession from not only him, but like the comments is so baffling to me. So you see that video right there? How porn stars blow massive loads? I decided to go to the comments and I saw this. I tried everything to blow bigger loads. Kegels and supplements and drinking 3 or 4 big glasses of celery juice a day. Hydration helps. Drink lots and lots of water. Outside of that, yeah, it's genetics. I've always been a dribbler, and I always wanted to fire rope after rope of semen just like Peter North did. I'm unfamiliar with the work of Peter North, but he speaks about him like he's the Babe Ruth of cum. Now there was a guy who nearly drowned some of his co-stars. He's probably been retired for 10 or 15 years now, but 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, that dude was the GOAT when it came to the old money shot. This dude's got an entire diet around increasing load volume. Why? It's not that important. I mean, I guess it's a cool thing to be able to do if you're fucking dumping DNA by the gallon, like, I guess? But it's really not important enough to start buying supplements for it, drinking 4 glasses of celery juice a day. This man's training like Rocky Balboa, but for cum. Like, brother, it's not that big of a deal. And neither is having an average size willy. Like, if your Johnson isn't pushing 8 inches, it's not the end of the world like a lot of these Looksmaxxing gurus are trying to scare you into thinking it is. It's not like you're going to be, you know, forced into a life of solitude and, you know, virginity because you have a 5-inch penis or whatever. Like, that's not the case. You need to play with the cards you're dealt. like, and buying into like supplements and the extender medieval torture device, all that kind of shit. It's highly unnecessary.
Penis extender that I can use throughout the day without it interrupting any part of my day. I wanted something that I can simply wear and forget about it. I didn't want to feel it too much. I didn't want it to bother me. Unfortunately, there hasn't been anything like this on the market. And if you're following me for long enough, you realize that I tried so many different ways to rig my own device from using different materials together. However, since now I have the resources and I have the connections to be able to manufacture such device, I present to you the new best all-day stretcher right here. Now, if you want to stretch and make your penis bigger in the most comfortable way, this is it. I guarantee you there's not going to be anything more comfortable than this.
Holy shit, a whatchamahoosit designed to stretch your penis all day? Just trying to fight for a couple millimeters? That is not a battle worth fighting. That is a war worth losing right there. Trying to claw a couple millimeters away from destiny, like trying to defy fate. It's not worth the agony, and it's not worth the money for it either. It's just not that important. It really isn't. Though I can't help but giggle at the idea where you wear that strapped to your leg and connected to your schlong and just keep it on all day, constantly stretching. Throughout the video, he talks about how much force it can exert, like 3 to 5 pounds worth of force, depending on how much slack is in the cord. That's a lot. Like, you're gonna probably hurt yourself over time. No doubt in my mind about that. Also, when it's all day, does that mean you also take it, like, to work with you? So, like, you're just walking around the office in your long pants trying to conceal it? They don't know I'm stretch maxing. Or you're walking through Walmart just going to pick up some item, and the whole time your cock is just being tugged on by the stretching device? Like, that's yucky. I hate to think about that. It's this fixation that people are being kind of pushed into with things like Looksmaxxing becoming so popular, where every single possible insecurity that anyone can ever have is being focused on and highlighted and put on this pedestal where it needs to be fixed. And the only way to fix it is through buying these things or watching these videos and supporting this person who's giving away this information, when that is just not the case. It's leading to people just making themselves miserable all the time. Like I said in the last video, there's a couple of positive things about Looksmaxxing on like a very basic level, such as telling people that it's good to brush your teeth, it's good to take a shower, it's good to like fix your hair or dress nice. That's all very positive general advice. That's basically just being a parent to people, to be honest. Like that's not this level. This is where it gets dangerous, and it's really done by bad actors that are peddling shit to you to make money off of your insecurity that they are only exacerbating. It's just a horrible practice of keeping people miserable and always feeling insufficient so that way they're responsive and more susceptible to buying this kind of garbage or subscribing to the people that just keep feeding into this belief. And it, like I said in the last one, it must be really confusing growing up in this kind of landscape right now because it's so prevalent, where you're getting told that, you know, getting laid is extremely important, and in order to get laid, you need to have a 6-figure income, you gotta have hunter eyes. If you don't have hunter eyes, well, hope you enjoy no pussy for the rest of your life. You don't have a chance. Just all kinds of awful things. I could sit here and play 1,000 Looksmaxxing videos and shit on them, but at the end of the day, I actually just feel bad for the people who are constantly being fed that. Just being told all the reasons why they're ugly and the only ways to fix it are by following these guides or buying these courses or these products. That's just fucking miserable. And then what inevitably happens is you brainwash other people into following this path, and it becomes like a cult, a Looksmaxxing cult, where they've bought in and they will never come to terms with the reality that they've been scammed, pretty much. Or they just never realize that the things they have been peddled about, like how important, you know, the cantle tilt is or whatever, really don't matter that much at all. You don't need to be mewing 24 hours a day, mewing in your sleep, in order to get the perfect chiseled jawline, in order to lead a happy, successful life and have a significant other. It's unnecessary, and a lot of times, in pretty much every case, it's a bunch of baloney, a bunch of hooey to begin with. So, it's just that's the reality of it. I was shocked in all of my Looksmaxxing deep dives I've done over the last 10 days to see how many people defend it. That was the weirdest part to me, and I really think it's because they've just bought into it and then feel trapped, like they have to keep supporting it, otherwise it was all for nothing. But yeah, I just had to rant about Looksmaxxing a little bit. I've spent too long in the rabbit hole to not talk about it a little further past the jelking video. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Destiny 2 is a game that I have a very interesting relationship with. It's a relationship that I think teeters on being abusive. Like, the Stockholm Syndrome is hitting so deep that I can't help but keep coming back, only to constantly have my ass beaten by the developers, Bungie. I get punished for wanting to dive back into Destiny 2 and sink a ton of time into again and grind it out and enjoy it. I come back once a year to Destiny 2, my old mistress, thinking things have changed, thinking that they've changed, because they have a shiny new piece of content, a brand new raid that puts stars in my eyes, and I can't resist the urge to get back into the grind and go for world first. That is still, to date, I think the funnest activities I ever do in gaming annually, which is go for world first raid completions. We never even come close, of course, and sometimes we've only ever completed the raid on day one a single time. I'll get to that in a moment. But the experience in Destiny 2 of raiding is unlike anything else. With friends, it's some of the most memorable moments in all of gaming for me. I just love it. But the big problem is, that's about all they have. They do one high-effort content push per year, if that, for Destiny 2, and everything else is just filler, tedious chores, or just complete and utter neglect, with a smile on their face and a middle finger to the community. It seems like most of their focus throughout the year is spent on microtransactions from their Eververse store in order to nickel and dime and shake down people for their lunch money with cosmetics, and not fixing things that need fixing, not addressing things that need addressing, not even listening to community feedback or the player base, and just going complete radio silence until here's the new expansion, and you guys are gonna buy it. We know you're gonna buy it, so get ready to buy it. I hate that this is kind of what Destiny 2 has become. I want a reason to log in and play and grind. I want fun things to do in the game, but there just really isn't. Now, I have always said Destiny 2 has so much potential, the most potential out of pretty much any product on the market. And not just from the PvE standpoint, but it also does have PvP. And the PvP could be great. It could be so much better. This is Bungie we're talking about. They made Halo 1, 2, 3, and Reach some of the best fucking multiplayer games there are in the FPS genre. They could make Destiny 2's PvP an absolute fucking powerhouse of a shooter. But they don't put even a single iota of effort into it. I'm not the only one who feels this way. I'm not special. A lot of the community is feeling betrayed by Bungie, even more so now than ever, thanks to their most recent post on the state of the game, where it's just such a fucking nothing burger, like a complete empty calorie sandwich that has nothing to do except just say like, hey, this game development shit's not easy, so don't expect too much, and here's our plans for the future, and it's just really underwhelming. I don't know if they're just keeping big stuff close to the chest and they don't want to reveal a lot in their State of the Game post, but it's still just alarming because they don't really do a whole lot for the game throughout these seasons. For those that don't know, Destiny 2 operates on a seasonal model, so it's supposed to be getting like an influx of content at different periods throughout the year, but really the only thing that ever actually has any substance to it is when they release either a dungeon that they finally put effort into, or their new expansion with some big story moments, big story missions, and a raid. A shiny, nice new toy for everyone to play with and everyone to come together and try and tackle the hardest content Destiny offers. At least that's how it used to be. This is a controversial take in the Destiny community, but I'm just going to say it out loud and scream it from the mountaintops. Their most recent raid in the Lightfall expansion was a joke. Root of Nightmares was a raid that me and my team completed in 5 hours, and we are a team that has literally never completed a raid on day one ever until this one. We are a team of casual players. I have probably the least amount of hours out of my group. I have close to like 1,000. Most of the others are between like 1,500 and 2,000, maybe a little bit more. But we usually never day one complete a raid. And for Root of Nightmares, one that we were so fucking excited for, we did it in 5 hours, and it just felt really deflating. Because we love the challenge. Like, There's a sick joy to banging your head against a wall in a really tough encounter for 16 hours until you finally get it. That euphoric moment when everything clicks and you complete the encounter it's so triumphant. But in Root of Nightmares, it was really, like, underwhelming. It felt really half-baked. Usually in raids, each encounter is a whole different ballgame in what you have to do in order to overcome the challenge. Of course, mechanics are borrowed from previous encounters, but they're expanded. They're given more and more depth. So you'll learn a mechanic in encounter 1 of a raid, and then you'll use that mechanic in encounter 2 in a different way, in a deeper way, in a totally different application of it. In Root of Nightmares, there was really only 2 mechanics the entire raid that never really changed. It was just rinse and repeat. They just kept copy and pasting the same mechanic over and over again. It was super, like, phoned in and lazy. There's only one good encounter in Root of Nightmares, and it's encounter 3 with the planets. That is a fun one. That is what we would have expected the raid to be like, where it has these really interesting encounters that have a lot of depth to them, but it's the only one. It's the exception in Root of Nightmares. Everything else is the exact same shit over and over again. It was just sad. And usually world first races last quite a long time, even for the best teams in the game. But this one was still completed in only a handful of hours. It was so fucking quick. Also, I wasn't exaggerating about the 16 hours on like a single room. When we did Deepstone Crypt Day 1 a couple years ago, we actually spent 16 hours in the second encounter until we finally got through. And it was fun. Like, we still look back on that fondly. And in Root of Nightmares, we literally took a 3-hour break. So it was 5 hours total, but the entire time was 8 hours because after the first 2 or 3 hours, we took a 3-hour break to watch the Moist Esports Valorant team play. Then we came back and then completed it in like another hour and a half, basically. It was so underwhelming compared to all of the other Day 1 raids that we have done over the years. And let's not even get started on the campaign. The Lightfall campaign was a joke. They forgot that there was supposed to be a story in the Lightfall expansion. They literally forgot the narrative. So, you know, I won't even get too deep into that. Point is, it seems the direction Destiny 2 is going is one that the community is not excited about. And it seems like it's one that's entirely either fueled by greed or laziness or a combination of the two. Because most of their effort is spent on cosmetics, it feels like. It seems like that's where most of their resources and team is allocated to, is anything like microtransaction related. At least that's how I and many others feel. And less on like actually improving the game or adding meaningful content or meaningful updates to it. It's fucking sad because this game has like the highest potential out of any product on the market, in my opinion. Just straight up across the board. This game has the most fucking potential. The gunplay is extremely satisfying. The builds are extremely fun and versatile. Except for Warlocks for a while, pretty much all of us were using Starfire Protocol because, I mean, you could use it for pretty much everything. But for the most part, the builds are extremely versatile. They have their own unique niches that they can fill in raids and tough encounters. And there's just so much variety to the gameplay itself, so much depth. It's just such a beautiful game, too. Everything is so nice in Destiny and feels so fucking good. And when they actually put effort into the lore, like they did with Witch Queen expansion, the story was great, too. Obviously fumbled with Lightfall, but it has all of the building blocks of a fucking masterpiece. The only thing it's missing is a development team that cares about it. Like, it's sad. It's fucking sad. And instead of, like, putting people's mind at ease with this state of the game where it's like, look, guys, we know you've been dropping the ball, but here's what we're going to do. We're really going to put our foot on the gas pedal and go hog wild and deliver the Destiny 2 experience that you guys really want. Instead of doing that, they instead release, like, the worst fucking summer book report of nothing about the direction they're going with the game and what they're adding to it and what they're doing. It's just, like, it's so flat. It's so flat, which made everyone pretty upset. I went over it on stream, so I'm just going to play the stream clips for you, but I know most of you have probably been mesmerized by what I'm wearing here. This is the newest Moist Global anime hoppy coat. You can find it at moistglobal.com, as well as many other items in this anime-inspired line, so definitely go to moistglobal.com to check these bad boys out. Did you see that the Destiny community is pissed at Bungie for their State of the Game article, where Bungie basically went, yeah, game development is hard, so we have to do the bare minimum. Please buy the final shape. No, look it up, though. That sounds very on-brand for modern Bungie, unfortunately. Destiny is a game with the most fucking potential that is never realized because Bungie's too lazy. That's so fucking frustrating. My name is Joe, I'm the game director for Destiny 2. Right now the team and I are heads down on making sure the final shape and the seasons leading up to it are incredible, so for the rest of this update you'll be hearing from a bunch of different voices that all contributed to this mid-year state of the game. Wanted to start with a quick thanks to all of you who have been playing Destiny for so many years. The way you play and feedback you give us is a huge part of how we shape our plans, and it's an honor to log in each day and play in this universe alongside all of you. Is this the major complaint? Most frequent feedback we see is that there's just not enough new PvP content, specifically new maps. Was the maps the big issue? Because I remember when I was grinding for fucking Recluse, the big thing I hated about it is the PvP is so half-baked. So dreadfully half-baked. There is so much they could do with PvP in that game if they just gave the slightest fuck about it. That is a major complaint, but not the biggest issue in the game. Oh, no, not in the game. I just meant in terms of PvP. Yeah, they've made no maps in the past 3 years. We have a Vex network-themed map debuting alongside the new Relic 6v6 game mode, the gunplay-focused checkmate modifier for multiple modes, a new competitive Ascendant Division emblem, and more. Cool emblem, I guess. So 1 new map in 3 years. W. Solid and efficient pipeline. Someone with 4K hours in the game, the community's pissed at the state of the game because they basically say that 2/3 of the game is irrelevant because of manning issues. Basically told the community that we are lazy, so we're not going to make new stuff that much. Oh my god, wait, they have Gambit in here? Ew. The update better just be, we're removing Gambit. We know this is long overdue, we forgot it was in the game, we're getting rid of it. Oh, fuck. As many of you have noticed, we've been quiet on Gambit since last year's overhaul that launched alongside the Witch Queen. In that revamp, the team made significant changes across 5 categories in Gambit. Core activity fundamentals, primeval tuning, invasions, ammo economy, and rewards. Unfortunately, these updates didn't move the needle for player engagement, although we know our Gambit fans... Stop lying. No such thing. Although we know our Gambit fans mostly care about new or returning maps, this is an area of the game with lower engagement that would take resources away from more popular parts of the game to shore up. While we don't have plans to dedicate more resources to significantly transform Gambit, we do have a few... Man, I thought they were about to say we're getting rid of it. We do have a few updates planned for the year of the final shape. These include porting the Cathedral of Scars map and its beautiful dreaming city. Who cares? Gambit's still here. Jesus Christ. Just get rid of it. Even you can't help but admit this is an area of the game with lower engagement that takes resources away from other parts. Just get rid of it. Put it down. Just fucking put it down. Oh my god. You don't update it, you don't touch it, it's fucking boring. Just get rid of it. That'll free up like 40 gigabytes off of the 200 gig download or whatever. Okay, so in summary, PvP got no real update, and that new map comment didn't go over well. Gambit is getting 1 ported map from 2018, and that's it. Then there's some quality of life changes, which are good, but that's about it. No major impactful changes. Fucking huge. So what's the statement they made about why they're so inefficient at releasing anything of value into the game? The game development hard sentiment. Do you agree that Destiny 2 is the best gunplay art style of any FPS and that's why it's still relevant? Not only that, it's the raids. Their raids, and even some of their other content like dungeons, are so incredibly creative, fun, and fulfilling. But then it's sandwiched in between such tedium, greed, and like misdirection. It has so much fucking potential. Yet they put no effort into it. This is something my friends and I talk about a lot. A lot. Like, a great example is Root of Nightmares. We were so fucking hyped for Root of Nightmares, and we completed it in 5 hours day 1, which we've never been able to do before. Ever. We have never day 1 to raid, and we did that one in 5 hours. They're not putting effort into it. To set expectations, our studio structure is built to support more overarching updates to PvP like the ones above, rather than focusing exclusively on maps. When we do focus our resources on building new Crucible maps, it comes with a trade-off of multiple teams' bandwidths on work that contributes to a variety of experiences that players also hold dear, such as a new story or exotic mission content, core activities that make up the foundation for each season, or new destinations. Similarly, bringing back reprise maps also involves extensive porting to the latest version of Destiny 2, which requires additional resources to ensure the maps work correctly for multiple game modes and playstyles for years to come. So that's where they're basically saying, like, game development's hard and we don't have real bandwidth because we don't know how to manage our teams. It will get better, they just need AI. Yeah, they're just holding out for AI. Why actually work on managing a team of people when they can just have AI do it for them? They said in a press conference a while ago they were quantity over quality, and we don't good because the players will expect. What riddle did I just read there? Did you get the statement? Did they want quality over quantity? Because they've done neither. Regardless, like I don't even know what the statement was with that comment, but regardless of quantity over quality or quality over content, they have literally done neither. They also said the final shape in its raid will provide a climactic conclusion to the Light and Darkness saga, probably due to the Lightfall backlash. Well, they forgot to put the story in there. They literally forgot to put the narrative in the goddamn expansion. So yeah, hopefully this will provide something. Some kind of plot. How haven't you given up on the game yet? Again, this is a game with so much fucking potential that is just constantly unrealized. It's criminal. Do you think Destiny would be in a significantly better spot with Activision still being a part of it? It seems the game went downhill once they split with Activision, and Bungie has fooled us into thinking it was Activision's fault. That's something Jackson and I speculated on back and forth. The short answer is I have no idea on how things work behind closed doors. I really don't know. But you're right. The game has definitely gotten worse since they've been apart from Activision, which is unfortunate. But I don't know how much Activision did to help them. I think they just lost direction, most likely. Like, I don't see Activision being the thing that was making Destiny 2 good. Activision provided High Moon and Vicarious Vision to do major expansion. So were they actually like hands-on with providing like direct support to Bungie for those things? Maybe they were really helpful then. I guess not knowing the actual relationship between Activision and Bungie during development, the only thing I could see as like a positive with Activision involved is they would 100% ensure Bungie is actually working on this game. Whereas right now I feel like they just go into the office and literally play beer pong and then go home. Like, I don't know what the fuck they do all year on this game. They make like one decent piece of content with a raid every year, and that's it. Like, what the fuck do they do in between? I've seen a lot of people say that. Did they actually make that statement about not over-delivering because they don't want to set expectations too high? Because if so, that is so fucking embarrassing. Oh my god. If you haven't read the GDC 2022 conference, it's definitely worth a read. No, I haven't. I'll check it out. As someone with 3,700 hours in the game, people are shitting on it way more than it should be. I don't know what the backlash is, like the scale of it. All I can say is that even as someone who only has like, I think close to 600 or 700 hours across console and PC, probably more than that. But it's very frustrating to see how little gets added to it of value and just how comfortable they are phoning everything in and going through the motions without any real content. That's why I don't actively play. I have no reason to. Do you think Destiny can become another Anthem? No, it's never gonna like fully fail or anything. Destiny's too big to fail. I don't think that'll ever happen.
Of the cloth, I teach incantations. The strength granted us by the two.
Clearly not that strong if you can't get the wheel off your head.
An incantation of the two fingers.
Sure, let's check out the stinky finger incantations or whatever. So these are miracles. Rapier was nutty in Dark Souls 2. That might actually be worth it. Damn, this guy's got all kinds of like barnacles growing off of him.
No matter.
Yeah, you can hold me if you want. Sure. This will be romantic.
Great champion.
Here I come. Now pop a titty out so I can suckle. Oh, that can't be comfortable.
Very. What you felt light up inside you was a Baldakin's blessing.
Oh, is that what that was?
It is but a fleeting thing,
Okay.
I am afraid.
Easy backstab. Just a genuine outplay. Oh my god, that comes out so quick! Man, my parry's actually looking kind of good on the mad tongue. Yeah, should have just used the S stock from the beginning. This was pretty free. Oh. Play it safe. Says doesn't use summons, but use S stock. What is this weird gatekeeping? What do you use? Nothing but a frying pan? Like, what are you talking about? I really like the Souls community, but it's the weird fucking Twitch viewers that gatekeep, like, you're not allowed to use a useful weapon. That makes no fucking sense. Whoa! It's like Camille from League of Legends. It's got, like, blade feet. I think it's cool. Here I come. Cool bugle. I'm here. Oh god, I went right through him. Jesus. Oh god. Sounded like Donald Duck from Kingdom Hearts there. Okay, good prank. Alright then. Oh, what the fuck was that? What? Oh. Ooh. We got a new weapon to try out. The hook claws. Yeah, going full Wolverine here. Damn, this actually looks cool. It's like Wolverine when he escaped from the adamantium lab. Uh-oh. Close. What the fuck is that? Oh my god! Holy shit! This guy's probably tight. Oh shit! Bad roll. I didn't want to take any chances. I don't like the way I did that there, but I did not really want to run all the way back. It was a long run. Wow. Alright, what a prankster. Okay. Alright then. Is it all about the moveset? Not necessarily. There's a lot of things to take into consideration. Alright, this stealth is kinda busted. Wait, he's still... what? That was the guy I just hit with the stealth in the ass. Man's like, oh, it must have been the wind. Just goes back to patrolling. Alright, alright. Damn, that's stealth. Come on, baby. Ah, why? Oh my god, he just wanted to kill himself. I just needed a tiny step down. Damn, this guy respawns. Unlucky. Does he not see me? Could have swore there was a man there. Must have been the wind. Oh god, I killed myself? Yep, I saw that coming. D-claw spec, true. So if there's one thing I've learned about this guy is that he patrols with his eyes closed. Does he see me, you think? No. No, of course not. His helmet is on backwards. Yeah, that's probably the case. Okay, so I won't make the same mistake I made last time. Was it get the free damage? Okay, and I still made the same mistake. Man, that animation comes out so quick. Just play it safe. It's not even worth the risk. You think he'll forget about me? I wonder. Let's see. If I go into stealth mode. Yeah, no, I think he's on to me. Nope, maybe not. I gave him the slip. That goddamn wind again. Well. Okay. What a disaster. Speedrun. He forgot about me? I'm nuts. What a hiding spot. Hey, keep up the good work, boys. You really got this shit on lockdown. Oh, God. Ooh. Stuck right in its fucking nuts. Ooh, close. I'm not taking a chance. There. He's a tier 1 Dino Wolf in the resub Moth, B-Town in the Prime Ronaldo. Well, that was close. Good prank, good prank. They got me again. That would never get old. Hey, excuse me, guys. Oh, there's a ballista behind too. Oh, God. Whoa! What? Oh, I didn't see the other. Oh! Friendly fire! Ah, move! Jump over, jump over. There we go. He's just still hitting him! Hit him again! Hey, thank you! Hey, thank you! These guys are nice. Hey, oh, what the fuck? Don't give me that. Thank you. Oh, these are enemies. Okay, okay. I wish I didn't come this way. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have come. I regret it now. Understood. I'd rather just fucking fight the boss as opposed to those birds. Then the ballista behind me might start blasting. What in the fuck? Is there even anything over here? Oh, God. What the fuck is that? Well. I'll probably die here, but I'll give it a whirl. Well, that came out really quick. It was a good whirl. Whoa! What the fuck was that? Oh, God. I went a little too crazy, but I got lucky. In there. Oh my God, he didn't die. I thought he died. Hiya! Oh, he thought he died too. Alright. That was convenient that they both got stuck on the wall. Thank God. Could have been a disaster. Oh God, he's... I fucking knew it was coming. I felt it. You can't fool me that easily. What in the fuck is this? Oh! This thing can Beyblade? Oh, wow. That's a lot of hands.
I command thee. I am the Lord of all that is golden.
Such a cool boss, holy shit. He really rolls around a lot. He's like a dog with the zoomies. What the fuck is he doing? That bleed damage! Holy shit. Okay. I need to learn this guy's attacks before just going hog wild like this, I think. Oh, I thought it was gonna be an AoE. It wasn't at all. Oh, now he's much more effective. Oh, wow. Holy shit. This is fucking amazing. Alright. Does that go the whole map? Holy shit, it does. Oh, I don't know why I did that. I got a little too crazy there. Ended up posting cringe on main. Oh, no, I killed myself. Yep. I was too fixated on the speed run. This is not a good spot for me to be here. I'm just gonna get stuck. Whoa, what? Oh. I thought there was a wall there. Oh. And then the tornado and I'm stuck against... I dodged everything and then the tornado comes out and it's fucking instant, so I guaranteed take the first shot and then roll into the goddamn tombstone. What a shame. What a shame. Oh my god, why? I could have had that. If I didn't just make that one fucking mistake jumping in on him, that would have been free. Unlucky. Oh, he took cover behind the tree. What a piece of shit. Fun. Good tactics. Alright, let's play aggressive. See how it goes. Too early. Got a good dodge though. Yep. Classic tornado, man. I hate that move. I hate it. Oh my god. My man. Good tactics. Taking cover. Alright. The old-fashioned way. Tornado, I'm dead. Whoa! Oh, misclick, misclick. Shit. It's safe. Fuck yeah. I got lucky he didn't spam tornadoes. Yeah, that probably took more tries than Orphan, actually. How many tries was it? 26. So same amount of tries as Orphan, then. Man, and what the fuck? This one's just a light source? Bro, this guy sucks. I just gave him 10 runes for nothing. Trash. Actual fucking garbage.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I was just gonna play with them a little bit, and they just absolutely annihilated me. What? Oh, hey, is this... Oh, it's a giant lobster. Cool. Holy shit. Wow, everything here hits so hard. I just can't even drive by poke. On the surface, it seems like Batman and I have nothing in common, but nothing could be further from the truth. There is one thing we share, and that is an obsession. Batman is obsessed with justice. I'm obsessed with goofiness. Wherever there is goofiness, I will be there. I'm drawn to it like flies to a porta potty. I can't help myself. If I was one of the founding fathers of the United States of America, the unalienable rights talked about in the Declaration of Independence would have referred to life, liberty, and the pursuit of goofiness. Now, why am I mentioning this? Well, because I have one hell of a story to share with you today that I'm sure all of you are already aware of because it's been memed to death. But I haven't talked about it. And you know what? That just doesn't sit right with me anymore. So let's talk about the massive police scandal that's gone on this week in Tennessee, where 5 officers were fired after it was revealed that it was basically just a fucking porno set at the department. It came out that at least 5 male officers were engaging in sexual relations with a female officer, whom is married, by the way. And they were sending dick pics, taint pics, butthole pics, whatever, all kinds of photos of their genitals, and having sex at the police station on duty, and having girls gone wild type parties. This sounds more like a frat house out of an American Pie movie than it does a department that's supposed to protect and serve the community. The only thing that was being protected was their penises. Maybe. They probably weren't even using condoms. No jimmies. It was probably raw dog. But what they were serving was spaghetti and meatballs. Hold the spaghetti. Just the meatballs. As they were clapping against the cheeks of Officer Megan, whom engaged in many sexual encounters at the department while having a husband. Obviously, that's a pretty horrible thing to do. And it's also very weird that it went on for so long. Just a very weird situation overall. But before I get too deep, there's something else that I think's a little weird. And that's people who don't drink G Fuel. More specifically, they don't drink Divine Peach G Fuel. The most delectable flavor to ever exist. This, I'm pointing in the wrong direction. There we go. But yeah, Divine Peach is the best flavored beverage of all time. It is a fantastic, beautiful energy drink. And there's also a new one right around the corner that you can pre-order now. It's actually a Gundam collab with G Fuel. So they have a new flavor called MS-M31-0N. It's a Gundam style flavor, and it is also very, very good. So use code MOIST for 20% off the collector's box for the new Gundam flavor, or code MOIST for 30% off all G Fuel products. You can also click the link in the description below. Now, back to the topic here. This is a pretty fucked up situation. This is why you've probably been seeing her photo on every single meme or piece of content that refers even lightly to cheating. It's because of this story. There's a lot to unpack here, such as like hot tub parties, which a lot of sex, clearly. But one hotspot was actually at the police department's own gym, where a lot of oral sex seemed to be happening there. So I guess this gym membership came with a happy ending. It sounds like more dick was getting sucked at this gym than at the casting couch. Now, like most people with a soul, when I read this story, my heart broke for the husband in this situation, because not only has he been getting cheated on for such a long time, he got cheated on to such a ridiculous degree that it cost his wife her job, which is obviously a big blow to the household income. But fuckle your seatbelts, because this is where the ride gets a little bumpy and very interesting. After all this news broke and the husband found out, he made a statement saying that he supports his wife and will stand by her as they work through this problem in their marriage. I'm not here to opine on that. Whatever makes you happiest, I suppose, but goddamn, fucking jinkies. Zoinks, Scoob. I'm wishing their marriage the absolute best. I'm sure any day now she will be announcing her OnlyFans, and I'd wager a guess we might see some cameos, guest appearances from the old boys in blue down at the Tennessee police headquarters there that are now also out of a job. But anyway, yeah, just kind of wanted to go over this story a little bit because it doesn't get goofier than that. I've seen a lot of people saying, you know, why should it matter? if the department was fucking each other at the headquarters. Sorry, I had to spit because it's such a stupid thing to think. I'll explain it to you. It's because you shouldn't be having sex at work. This doesn't apply to just something like the police department. This applies everywhere. If I found out my local subway workers were mashing pissers in the back, you know, getting the sloppy salami on the clock, I probably would stop going to that subway. I wouldn't really want to go to that spot anymore. It's just not an appropriate place, time or place, to be engaging in coitus. I think that should be pretty obvious. And if you'd still like to fight me on that point, can we at least agree that at the very least it's rude? I think it's just downright rude. Not only the cheating on your husband, that is, I dare say that's a little more than rude, but the fucking while at work, I mean, come on, please, pardon my language, but you've got to be a real jerk, I said it, to be having sexual intercourse while on the clock. That's not okay, you know? I'll say it, all right? And I don't care who heard me say it. So clearly this situation's fucking wild. I'm also just straight up stunned and blown away by how quickly the officers were let go. Usually when there's any kind of scandal or controversy with police officers, they get a paid vacation for like 6 fucking months and then quietly come back. But in this case, since they fucking soiled the sacred ground of the police headquarters with DNA, fucking come all over the place. They had more DNA in the department's gym than they had in their evidence lockers, I imagine, with all the oral sex going on there. I guess that was a line that was too far. So they cut them off quick. No paid vacations here. Though I do think a couple other officers were suspended. So there was a lot here. They cleaned house with this scandal. They've got a lot of vacancies now. I think they have 11 vacancies after all of this. So this became this like wild web. Kind of like that SpongeBob episode where he keeps like peeling down wallpaper and there's more dirty diapers behind it and it just keeps going. That's what's happened here in this situation, but with sexual relations while at work that they just kept discovering more and more of. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. See ya.
There's a story I've referenced a handful of times over the years because of how bizarre it is. It's from 2010 when a Counter-Strike gamer got knifed in the cyberspace and got so upset that he spent 6 months, or a little over 6 months, tracking down the perpetrator who dared knife him in the game to stab him in real life to murder him for it. His name is Julian Barreau, and he was dogshit at Counter-Strike, got knifed, got mad, and then dedicated over half a year to finding the person who steamed his cheeks in order to ambush them with a knife attack. So he found his rival, who then opened the door to greet him, and was immediately met with a knife being plunged into their chest, narrowly missing their heart. And for this attempted murder, Julian received 2 years in jail and anger management courses. I think he got off easy. This is a fucking menace. And the judge even used that exact word, calling him a menace to society. But he served the 2 years, and now Julian's probably out there still getting farmed in whatever game he chooses to play. The reason I mention this story is because we just recently, 3 days ago, had a very similar thing happen in a dead MMO called ArcAge. And I do mean dead MMO, it actually just shut down yesterday. So the last oorah from one of its few active players, of all 9 people that were still left in the ArcAge Thunderdome, one of them decided to track down their rival and attack and try and kill them with a hammer. Weirdo thought that he was Nobara out of Jujutsu Kaisen, I guess, but the only curse technique he could muster was the go straight to jail technique. Luckily, the victim survived in this case as well, and now this individual is going to be looking at many, many years behind bars for this attempted murder plan because he was salty over some ArcAge beef. It's unhinged lunacy. You hear the news about the guy that flew 17 miles to a guy's house to murder them with a hammer over drama in a dead MMO? I saw a little bit about that story. What do you mean he flew 17 miles? That's like a 15-minute drive. I didn't see that. Is there even flights that'll take you 17 miles? I don't remember where it was, but that'd be like an actual 6-second flight. Like, how would you even get off the plane? You'd actually have to jump off with a parachute. You probably travel 17 miles on ascent. Like, from the runway, before you even reach cruising altitude, you've probably already reached well over 17 miles. Now I need to look it up and get more information. Where the fuck was this? Across a neighborhood? I'm just gonna type in flying hammer. I don't know what I expected. Oh, it worked. New Jersey man accused of flying to Florida to attack fellow gamer with a hammer. 20-year-old accused of flying from New Jersey to Florida to kill fellow online gamer with a hammer. The 20-year-old suspect was charged with attempted second-degree murder for attacking the victim whom he'd never met in person. Edward Kang and the victim had never met in person before the attack early Sunday, but they were acquainted through an online video game called Arcade, which Nassau County Sheriff Bill Leeper said during a press conference allows players to fight and kill each other's characters. You don't fucking say, Bill. Fucking obviously, Bill. Was that supposed to be like a big revelation? In this video game, you can fight other players and kill them! Arcade, though. Holy shit. I didn't know that game was actually still around. I know you said dead MMO, but I thought the servers got shut down for that a long time ago. Holy. What a throwback. That's 2013. Reminds me Taylor Swift broke a jet record with a flight equal to a 5-minute drive recently. Hey, congrats. That's big, Taylor. I knew you could do it. I knew you could find a way to fly even shorter distances. I'm not even going to fact check you because it sounds so believable.
Some things that make you say, what in the world does he think?
Kind of quiet, Bill.
Things that make you say, you're not going to believe this.
Left ear only? Oh, okay. I won't torture you with that then. Damn it, Bill! Get your audio department in line. Lieber said it's unclear what exactly occurred in the fantasy game to prompt Kang to jump on a flight to the victim's Florida home Thursday evening, but the suspect told authorities after his arrest that the victim is a bad person online. What the fuck? That's so creepy to read. Oh. Yeah, this Arcade player is a bad person. He killed me in PvP. After telling his family he was leaving New Jersey to meet a friend he met through an online video game years ago, Kang landed in Jacksonville from Newark and took an Uber to his hotel in Florida Fernandina Beach, arriving there at 2 a.m. June 21st. He later went to an Ace Hardware where he purchased a hammer and a flashlight, receipts in his hotel room showed. Then, around 48 hours after his arrival, Kang went to the victim's Fernandina Beach residence and entered through an unlocked door. The unknowing victim had been playing video games in his room when he got up to use the restroom, opened the door, and found Kang standing with a hammer raised in the air, anticipated strike position, while wearing all black gloves and a mask. Holy shit. The victim's stepfather said he was awakened by screams for help and entered his stepson's room to find him struggling on the ground with Kang still armed with a hammer. The victim and his stepfather were able to disarm and restrain Kang until deputies arrived at 2 a.m., when they discovered significant amounts of blood in the home's entryway in the victim's bedroom. Sheriff said both gamers, who are around the same age, were taken to a local hospital and have both been released. Kang into custody and booked into Nassau County Jail. The victim had severe head wounds, but they appeared to be non-life-threatening. That's super lucky. He got super lucky. Luckily, he survived. What a fucking insane person. Actual lunatic. The sheriff said his office believes Kang left New Jersey with the intent to kill the victim and that the suspect's charges of attempted second-degree murder and armed burglary may be upgraded in the future as investigation continues. They should be, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. This was clearly premeditated. After his arrest, Leeper said Kang asked the deputy how much jail time a person gets for breaking and entering an assault. I would say Mr. Kang is going to be a long time before you play video games again. That goes kind of hard. Oh shit, and that's particularly true for Arcade. According to an April announcement, the Korean massive multiplayer online role-playing game will shut down in Europe and North America on June 27th due to a decline in active players. And at least one of the active players is an actual maniac. Oof. He won't even get to say goodbye! Dude caught an attempted murder charge for a game shutting down in a few days. Yeah, it shuts down tomorrow. This guy said, fuck it. I'm gonna take him out.
The incident serves as a stark reminder of the potential real-world consequences of online interaction. We urge the public to exercise caution, report any suspicious online behavior to the authorities, and always ensure their homes are securely locked. The shortest flight in the world is Logan Air Westray to Papa Westray route. It's about 90 seconds long and covers 1.2 miles. You should just be arrested if you take that flight. You should just go straight to jail to think about what you've done. I'm sure you've all heard the expression, fake it till you make it. But today I want to take a look at what happens when all you do is fake it without ever making it. You end up like this loser we're about to take a look at today. A guy who has become a complete parody of self-confidence, but without any level of self-awareness. He portrays himself as an extremely successful, extremely rich guy that would have no problem at all stealing your wife right out from under your nose. It's beautiful stuff that he talks about.
Take you, for example, and me, and we both pull up and we go to your girl. Odds are I'm gonna take that bitch. If you compared me to you, you're not gonna win that battle.
Bro's out here rocking that man dark body type and acting like he for some reason be able to take your girl just because he rolled up in a rented McLaren. This guy's entire personality is money. He's like a real life Mr. Krabs, but with even skinnier arms. So he believes because he has money that he's entitled to women and women find him irresistible. You can tell by looking at him this was no jock in high school. This wasn't exactly the prom king. Yet he pretends that he is now. He talks about how successful his businesses are now. He has a 9-figure business. He has all of this money. Though I don't necessarily take him at his word because I just don't believe a fucking word this guy says.
So the next time you think that your girl's on lock, I got the keys to the castle, motherfucker.
I have no doubt he spent hours trying to cook up that finishing line right there. The keys to the castle. Now, why I don't believe him about the success of his business is because the only thing he shows that's worth money is his car, the McLaren. He's made like 1,000 shorts about how much money he spends filling up a McLaren's tank, or how often he drives his McLaren, and that is the only thing worth a lot of money that he's ever shown, at least that I've seen. So that leads me to believe that it is 100% rented, or he really dumped all of his money into that one vehicle in order to portray himself as a successful businessman. He did a little house tour, and it's very humble living. It's a nice place, but it's not exactly like a super mega mansion you would expect someone with a 9-figure business to own. And he's not wearing a ton of ice or anything like that, and he's clearly a guy who loves to flex because he's always talking about his wealth and his success, yet the only thing you can ever see from that is that McLaren. Now this may be like a tinfoil hat conspiracy, but I truly just think he either rents it for these videos or, even more depressingly, drained all of his finances to make that big purchase with that belief that this car would be enough to convince people that he has a lot of money. Like, he specced all of his points into delusion here and is just letting it rip. Like, this McLaren means I'm successful. I gotta fake it till I make it. This is how I do it.
Ah! Here's why the gym does not matter. I'm tired of guys that are like, oh, you know, I'm going to the gym, I'm trying to get fit. I feel like I have a pretty decent tone.
Did douchebag Slenderman get you with that jump scare in the beginning? So this is his rant about why going to the gym makes you a fucking idiot. Because he's skinny and insecure. So you going to the gym is offensive to him. It's pretty pathetic. You don't want to go to the gym, that's fine. Buddy's out here built like 2 french fries duct taped to an uncooked spaghetti noodle. And if you're happy with your body there, that's absolutely fine. But why shit on people that are going to the gym? He makes a whole rant about why it's stupid to do it, which is laughable.
I don't need to go to the gym, because you pull up to the gym, making less than 10K a month, pulling up in your bullshit fucking Corolla, and I pull up in my McLaren. It's not even a contest, dude. No one gives a fuck about your muscles. Most of the guys that go to the gym, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're fucking stupid. All that pre-workout that you're taking is making you more stupider.
So unless you're making over 10K a month, you don't have the right to go to the gym? Like, he's not even making a point. Like, he's not even saying, like, the time you spend in the gym, you could be spent learning how to drop ship things from Alibaba. Like, he's not even, like, trying to make some kind of point. He's just like, you're stupid for going to the gym because you're making less than 10K a month. He actually sounds like he's about to cry. You're stupid with your dumb muscles, dumb muscle man. Like, what in the crazy insecurity are you going through right now to think that this was a good idea?
Here's why you gotta break up with your girlfriend if you're not making 6 figures a year. Brutal honest truth is that girls need a man who can protect and provide for them. If you're not making at least 10K a month, how the fuck are you gonna protect and provide for your girl?
Man's out here boofing crazy pills. You don't need to be making 10K a month in order to protect your girlfriend. You have absolutely no meat on your bones whatsoever. The only foe you're equipped to handle is if the gingerbread men from Shrek tried to attack your girl, then maybe you could fend them off. But everyone above the age of 18 and weighing more than 100 pounds, it's going to be a tough tussle. And making more than 10K a month doesn't enable you to magically protect her better. If someone's making a ruckus and you're trying to stop whatever's going on, the amount of money you have isn't going to do anything for you. You can't just be like throwing money at it like, get away from her, you scallywag. She's with me and I make more than 10K a month. Here's money. Like throwing it all over the place to get them away. Like, it just doesn't make sense. It's just pure delusion. Now, I guess, like, he's not wrong. If you make more money, you can provide more, I suppose. But what the fuck does that have to do with anything? So if you don't make 100K at least a year, break up with your girl.
It's cool that she's sticking with you right now because you're trying to build yourself. But at the same time, if some guy like me comes up and gets in the way, she's gonna choose me over you because I can provide more. In this feast or famine world, women will always pick the best case scenario because they don't want to get hurt. And you being broke as fuck definitely hurts.
What hurts more than being broke is being broke but pretending you're not, like this guy. It's so... I don't know if he actually believes the shit he's selling or if it's only to try and get people to, like, sign up to courses or anything like that. I'm really not sure if he actually, like, loves the smell of his own farts or if it all is an act. I couldn't tell you. Either way, it's to further the goal of making money off the back of desperate people who see this and think that this guy is actually super successful and is trying to give them the secrets to success. It's all just another guru scam, but... I find him particularly entertaining because he's doing the bare minimum. He didn't even bother to invest in his own body to look the part, so he's not in good shape. He didn't bother to even really pretend to have a lot of money aside from that McLaren that he shows from time to time. And he's just saying things that other gurus say. And I don't know if he's actually found real success. I know he has quite a bit of botted engagement that I've seen online, at least as of everything I've been able to research from it. But other than that, I don't know if anyone even believes his act. I would be surprised if they did, because he's very bad at it. Also, just to explain why there's driving underneath his video, it's because it's a TikTok thing where everyone needs perpetual stimulation, constant jingling keys, so for any video where it's talking, they play like Subway Surfers or anything engaging a game underneath to keep viewers' attention. It's pathetic. TikTok has absolutely rotted brains where people need like absolute activity at every single moment. They can't just listen to talking on there.
So if you always wonder what dating an entrepreneur looks like, this is what the fuck it looks like. I don't cook, I don't clean, I got whiteboards all over the place. My setup's there, this is like my sanctuary. No one fucks with me here. As far as a fridge, it's pretty fucking awful. So I got beer, Happy Dads, Gatorade, oh dude, Bel Air bottle, champagne. I got these Dunkin' Donut iced coffees, and then for dinner I'll go to the pier and like have dinner. I will never fucking cook. This will never be used. I don't even know why I have a fucking mitt.
And here's the look at the house I mentioned. It's clearly a cozy spot. It's a nice house. It's not a super elaborate house. This is not a mega mansion or anything like that. So if he's a super successful 9-figure guy who loves to flex everything, why would he be living in a house like this? It doesn't make any sense. That doesn't really track. I also love the whole whiteboard thing. He probably watched one video on like, it's important to write down your goals or whatever as an entrepreneur. So he bought like 9 whiteboards and hung them all up and filled them with gibberish nonsense. I tried zooming in on the frame where it focuses on a whiteboard, but I couldn't make it out because his handwriting looks like he wrote it while he was getting hit by an earthquake. So it's completely illegible for the most part. But I'm pretty sure one of them was agility. And he had a check mark next to it, meaning he must have done like agility drills, I suppose. I could be reading it incorrectly, but I'm almost positive it said just agility on one of them. Maybe it's like RuneScape goals and he's like skilling right now, so he's working on agility and he checked it off once he got like a certain amount of XP. I don't know. Very goofy regardless though.
Here's just a couple of signs that your girlfriend might be cheating. Number 1 is she's not texting you as readily as you've used to.
Easiest way to tell if your girl is cheating is, did she ever find that you bought this guy's course? If she did, she's absolutely cheating. No doubt. And you deserve it. Why the fuck would you buy a course from a guy like this? It's so embarrassing. Like he actually just went to like WikiHow and just started copying articles on like how to tell if your girl is cheating. 7 life hacks for that.
and then he just starts regurgitating them here. But anyway, I could go on and on. There's so many embarrassing shorts he's made, but there's no reason to just keep going over it. I just wanted to showcase some of his better ones here and talk about it a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. Okay. Let's start with the Island Boys. The only thing that I know about the Island Boys outside of course, their chart topper is they used to do cameos for the US military where they try and recruit people. So people would pay them from the US military to like shout them out and try and get kids to join the military. And then there was Sergeant Vasquez who paid the Island Boys to appeal to his upper management about not kicking him out. So that was pretty cool.
The Island Boys were instantly judged as two talentless bozos who had covered themselves in tattoos.
True.
And as a result, people began to follow them for their stupidity as opposed to their talent.
And I think they're entertaining, and I follow them because they're entertaining.
Yeah.
I love to
Who's
see
your
the
prime
stupid
one?
shit that they say.
Now, the difference between the Island Boys and someone like 6ix9ine is that, while 6ix9ine also got famous in part by his over-the-top ridiculous appearance, he actually has a decent portfolio of music.
His music
Back
usually
on.
did
People
really
hate on
well on
6ix9ine,
the
but
charts.
only in the beginning. He then becomes well known, people check out his music, and then
A bit curious, has there been an example of someone who started as like a punching bag and then got famous for it and never fell off? Because think of all of your most popular memes and most popular like lol cows. It only works for like maybe a couple months. It never lasts forever. Oh, actually, that was a really bad baby. Yeah, that started as Dr. Phil, people making fun of her. And she's had an extremely successful career as a result. You're right. Anyone else, though? I don't know why people keep saying Justin Bieber. His career was music. Shitty music, for the most part, sure. But people liked the music. Nobody ever liked the Island Boys music. They only ever made fun of them. So that doesn't really count. People that literally only existed to be made fun of and then had a successful career as people to just keep making fun of. That's what the Island Boys were. It's not like they had... Like, a lot of people got their start as a joke, but also contributed something that people might actually like music or whatever. They haven't done that. Joji. What are you talking about? Joji was an extremely popular YouTuber. I think the only actual example is actually going to be Bad Baby.
Think about a hater. A hater is watching you sometimes more than a person that loves you. Yeah, and if they're hating on me, it's just because they really love me. Because I see the haters check up on me more.
Didn't they
than
also
love.
like lose their mind here and get upset?
It's people kind of hold against you as a grudge is that
Is
like,
there some
your
medical?
image is crazy and you're sort of famous, but maybe the music isn't necessarily the reason why you guys are so known.
Right.
One of the Island Boys would go on to state that the other reason they had so many haters was because of jealousy.
Just hating on me or whatever.
That's
it's just
always
a form
the
of
one.
Jealousy, either that because I'm not really doing nothing.
Which is just another.
Everyone always says that. Like, when someone's getting a ton of, like, backlash, the immediate thing they fall back on is jealousy. It reminds me of shit people or parents would tell their kids in middle school if they were just getting bullied. It's like, yeah, they're jealous. I was like, nah, maybe your kid's a loser. Like, I don't know. It's just one of those things, like, it's just, I guess growing up you just get told if someone's being mean, it's because they're jealous or whatever.
I worked my ass off. It's not even just the Island Boys. It's the fact that we went through so many obstacles, it was just bound to happen.
Now, it'd be a cheap shot to say that there was no hard work. I'm sure the Island Boys had to have put
No,
some
there
effort
you can
into
say
their
that with
career before
confidence.
posting that mega viral video.
There was no
However,
hard
as mentioned
work.
In the singing.
And this is one of the
In the singing?
Only ones that are talented in the singing.
And this is one of the strangest parts about.
Is that what he said? In the singing? Oh, in the scene. Oh, in the scene. Okay. Now, have they... I guess I'll look it up real quick. Do they actually make music? Because, again, all I know them for now is they just do recruitment for the U.S. Army through Cameo. Island Boys get booed on stage. That sounds about right.
So basically, when I was locked up, I was probably one of the only people in the dorm that knew how to rap, that knew how to freestyle, but didn't care. I think me as a rapper, my music is underestimated though. Yeah, for sure.
What music?
I'm a good artist.
Do
I
you
can
make
sing,
music?
rap, whatever.
Going back to the Impulsive podcast, the Island Boys seemed pretty proud that they had paved their own path after Mike would ask them about which rappers they had been inspired
So,
by.
another thing, though, and it didn't help, they were also harbinging, or giving... What the fuck was the charge? They had a murderer stay with them, right? A guy had just killed someone, and the Island Boys said, yeah, you can just stay here for a while to lay low. What was the charge? Was it aiding and abetting? So it's not just that they're unlikable, which they are, and untalented, which they are. It's that they also make the dumbest fucking decisions of all time. He killed a child? Yeah, I guess so. I don't remember the story, but yeah, apparently an 8-year-old girl was the victim. It was a drive-by shooting.
Is that why you guys have such a unique sound?
Yeah. We don't listen to
That's so nice to call it a unique
I
sound.
used to listen.
I agree with you guys to an extent of not like being swayed.
Dude, they're just
by
fucking with
other
them?
people,
Yeah.
But also at the same
I
time,
can tell.
the current winners in the culture act as like guardrails and guidelines for what you do with your craft.
Mike is 100% correct here.
I think if God forbid it doesn't go in your guys' direction, for real, I think you guys take all of your jewelry assets and invest it in something. So you guys will never ever be
Oh, yeah, have you heard of
After storming
NFTs?
out of the, their emotional response to what George had to say is also a pretty good indication that the Island Boys are probably pretty unwise and insecure when it comes to their financial situation.
So what are they doing on TikTok now? I haven't checked in a long time, actually. Let's see. They're the Island Boys on... No, they're not. What are they? They're Kodiak something, actually. Oh, Fly Soldier. Oh, boy. Their views are not doing well. Oh, boy. Alright, what's this one? This is... Y'all got room for one more.
Y'all got room for one more. Well, to become an island boy, you gotta be special. You gotta have talent. You also have to look a certain way. You gotta be cleaned up at all times. And then you also have to, entertain us. Because the island boys, me and him, like to be entertained by people. And you gotta really have the
What is that, like a court jester
you gotta
then?
have the drip, criteria. And criteria...
I can't believe they're not doing well. That sounds fucking amazing. Oh my god, they did recruit a third Island Boy. Yeah, it looks like they recruited a third Island Boy. Welcome to the family, man. Yeah, they're struggling, though. Sonny is not wrong. They're not breaking 100K on all their videos anymore.
Be sustained, or if that could be translated into a successful career long term.
Before going on to...
Again, people keep saying music artists they don't like. People unironically listen to someone like Lil Pump. No one unironically listens to the Island Boys. That's the difference. Lil Pump was a joke. People made fun of him, but then he kept making music that some people liked. Now, do I agree with him? No, I think they are objectively wrong with their opinion. If you like Lil Pump, you just know that you are wrong. And you make me sick. But people do like it. Nobody listens to the Island Boys. That's the difference. They don't even make music, from what it seems like. It seems like they just sit in a jacuzzi and ask people to join the Island Boys.
Possible. I doubt he's making any new money like how Island Boys are. We are successful and happy in life.
Which would be followed...
Also, a little heads up, I don't think the Island Boys have much money to begin with. Just as a quick peruse through their TikTok, it seems like the only money they make is when the US Army hires them to do a cameo for recruitment. And you can't really monetize TikTok. The Creator Fund, I think, pays out, what is it, $1,000 per like 20 million views or something? It's something absurd. And they're not getting 20 million views a month. So I don't think that they're pulling that kind of money. I could be wrong, though. It's been a long time since I looked up the TikTok Creator Fund. All I know is that it's not very good. It's a little better than the YouTube Shorts Creator Fund, but not by much. Charlie, you're wrong. Bro, I have a channel that has shorts on it. You know how much money that makes a month on just shorts? Less than $100 sometimes. And that's off of like 30 million views on the shorts a month. And the TikTok Creator Fund is just a little bit better than that. So I can extrapolate to a certain degree.
It's short-term hustling. And we've seen this exact same quote-unquote business model, I guess you could call it, being done, but this doesn't last.
Nice. And it didn't. It does not seem like it lasts. But they gave it their best. God damn it. That jacuzzi wasn't gonna get satin in itself. Yeah, we'll watch this one. I don't know anything about the 1,000 Pound Sisters because I think it's just a really sad thing. But I am very curious to see about this scam.
Yesterday, Tammy went into the hospital. She has pneumonia and she can't breathe. I set up a GoFundMe account if y'all can donate a penny.
The Slayton sisters would turn their entire audience against them through controversy after controversy, peaking with one of the most ambitious scandals in YouTube history, a GoFundMe for Tammy Slayton's funeral, who had an...
That is bold.
However,
that is very bold.
Known more about these two sisters prior to the beginning of their channel, each of these controversies could have been easily predicted. So when they first began their channel, they were liked. The sisters built an audience through their strong family bond, positive attitude, and ability to laugh at their own shortcomings.
We need to lose weight to become skinny.
We don't care if you don't like us, we're fat and we love it.
They weren't exactly the sharpest tools in the
I've
show.
never heard them
People
speak.
appreciated
They
their
sound like the
authenticity.
Canker sisters.
Hey, I'm fat.
and the fact that they were kinda doing YouTube for themselves. It didn't seem like they were trying to impress anyone. Love when a girl isn't afraid to be herself. I applaud you.
Thanks,
Finally, a
gamer
real
clown.
person doing a review. Love it. Keep them coming. However, when examining the video's thumbnail and dislike ratio, it was pretty obvious that it had gone viral as a result of people watching to laugh at their physical appearances.
Yeah, see, that's the thing I think is really sad about the whole situation, and especially the TLC show. It's just literally just so people can point and laugh at them. Like, and that enables them to keep killing themselves. I don't know, I just find that whole thing to be sad. That's why I don't ever really watch it or try and learn about it. I just think the whole situation's really morbid.
The audience sends a bit of money through, the sisters get a new laptop, and in return the audience gets a higher average video quality.
That's that shit you see sometimes, like, if everyone that follows me gives me $1, just $1, we'll be good.
The whole MacBook thing was not my idea, it was a friend of mine's idea. I didn't even edit the video or anything.
Damn it!
Is down.
However, while Amy did receive a bit of hate, the operation will prove to be successful after raising over $833, showing the Slayton sisters that it was not only possible...
What? How expensive is a MacBook Pro? They were asking for $10K? Bro, what does that shit go for? What?
The other problem the Slayton sisters encountered after growing an audience was that they could now be held accountable for the stories that they shared throughout their videos. Think about a situation in which she had adopted a German Shepherd rescue dog before leaving it in a camper van on a hot summer's day. Now, Amy would state that
the camper has AC in it, and we only put him in there for like 30 minutes. And who are y'all to judge me?
However, when Amy would then reveal that the dog had gone crazy inside and smashed the air conditioning unit just to get out, her audience assumed that maybe the AC wasn't on and that the dog was going
probably wasn't on.
It had been overheating inside. This theory would be supported further after
Jesus
Amy revealed
Christ.
that the dog had bit. However, with the bite mark being so severe and Amy taking the dog to the pound, whilst using the wording that the dog was no longer with her, the audience assumed that Amy had taken the dog to the pound to have it put down, resulting in the popular opinion that Amy was
fuck
a
her.
abuser. I can't
Jesus
imagine this
Christ.
woman owning a German Shepherd. Shepherds need tons of activity both physically and mentally. She couldn't even take care of herself, let alone
I see why a lot of people do not like them.
Breed. This sentiment will become even worse when, at a later date,
Well,
Tammy
now
would
I feel
upload a
absolutely
video
no
talking about
sympathy
the
for her.
celebration of her birthday at a gaming arcade, mentioning in passing that she felt sorry for their other dog, Little Bit, who had been left in the hot car whilst they were inside playing games.
Oh my
I
god.
feel bad for a little bit because she sat outside in the hot car while we were having fun. But I did, while we were at getting something to eat, I did get a little bit some ice water. So I thought about it, at least. Amy said I was going to get her some water.
Wow.
What a selfish, disgusting bunch of people these three are. Poor
What an
little
absolute
dog.
piece of shit.
Little Bit is still. Amy would find herself in yet another controversy after going on a date with a 19-year-old autistic kid at a local McDonald's.
Y'all know that I had the worst night ever Friday, and it was a horrible night. It started off good. We met each other. Well, it wasn't the first time we met. Don't think that. I'm not that type of person.
As mentioned, in the beginning the date seemed to have been going well,
What
to the
the
extent that
fuck?
Amy and her date decided
So I was giving him a hickey, and he was like, quit biting me, and I'm like, I'm not biting you.
Oh, this is worse than Amy Schumer talking about her vagina. Oh my god. Oh. Oh wow. Hold on. I need a break. I'm gonna splash like holy water in my fucking face or something. Just give me a second. I'll be right back.
during the intimate moment, he would take to Facebook, posting a status of his...
Wait, I want to read this. Damn, sounds like it wasn't like trying to give him a hickey. She was trying to like Dracula this man. Good lord.
Reputational-based scandals, it would ironically mark the beginning
Holy
of what would be
shit.
many financial controversies,
Oh my
beginning
God.
when their audience discovered the merch site was suspicious from the very beginning and read as follows. If you purchase Tammy's merch, you'll be added to a private group chat with Tammy. To purchase,
Oh,
head over to
nice.
the donate section, and they're definitely scamming the tax system and sliding money to Tammy
Oh.
so she can sell disability from what it seems.
Wait,
I support
what?
a good side hustle.
What? Bro, that's kind of big brain for Tammy. That's very interesting. That is not her idea. Someone must have actually like told her about that shit. That's kind of smart. Cuz it doesn't count as income at that point.
This feels like a way to scam the IRS somehow. I didn't sell anything.
Yeah, exactly.
It got worse when fans would come to realize that the sisters hadn't been paying the artists who had completed the designs for the merch. However, this still doesn't make it the most notorious controversy in the Slayton sisters' history, bringing us to the infamous funeral scam.
This is what we got
It
the
began
cliff
when
notes
Tammy,
on
who was
earlier.
the heavier of the two sisters, fell over in the bathroom before waking up the following day without the ability to breathe.
Told me I had pneumonia and I was gonna have to stay in the hospital.
Whilst in the hospital, Tammy's condition would worsen, leading her to pass out for 3.5 2.5 weeks whilst on life support, during which Amy would begin the GoFundMe.
And this was all
to
fake?
Amy's credit, it probably was pretty scary having your overweight, unhealthy sister
Oh,
on life support
so all of that
for
happened, she
3
just didn't
weeks.
die.
However, to begin planning
Her coffin is gonna cost them more because they have to triple the size of the coffin.
whilst mentioning that Tammy was on a medical card, however, the amount of money it provided would not be enough.
Is that a real thing? I mean, I guess it has to be, right? I'm guessing they would have to, like, supersize that.
Please find it in your heart to donate.
The GoFundMe itself, which would raise a total of $818.
Wow, wait,
This
what?
fund-
They asked less for this super quadruple freight container coffin than they did for the MacBook. They had $10K for a MacBook and $1,500 for a super coffin.
Clarify that. Or I'm going to take it up to the funeral home where it can build interest. I probably will take it to the funeral home and let it build
What?
interest. So if something does happen,
Alright, someone more knowledgeable than me. Can you do that? You can just put money into a funeral home like a bank and it'll gain interest? What? I'm investing in the funeral stock. So that's not a real thing. I can't believe it. You telling me I can't invest in funeral homes?
So when it was confirmed that there was no funeral, a new question had been created. Where had the money gone?
I gave it to my mother, who paid bills.
However, when her audience would ask her to prove it, she'd state that it was her mother's responsibility to provide the receipts.
My mom is trying to find the receipts. I know I've been wrong. I should not throw
I'll check it out,
receipts
man.
away. But in my
Thanks,
head, I
Mr.
wasn't
Best
thinking,
Boy.
well, these receipts may come to bite me in the ass. You know, I wasn't thinking that. It was a simple mistake.
However, if the GoFundMe had been done online, then surely she was using internet banking. Why couldn't she provide a screenshot of the bank transfer to her mother? Medical bill receipts.
Yeah, these two
don't
are like
seem
just
something
actual
that you
pieces
just
of
throw
shit.
away. Most interesting part about the whole ordeal is that while
That's
most
alright,
disgraced YouTubers simply fade into obscurity
That's
as
Prime
the years go
Mirage.
by, the Slayton sisters have managed to remain relevant after rolling their public image into a TLC show titled 1,000 Pound Sisters, on which Amy has since lost over 100 pounds, has gotten married, had a baby, and is looking healthy compared to her early days on YouTube.
Wow.
Unfortunately, the same can't be said for Tammy, whose continual weight gain underpins
Oh.
much of the show's entertainment factor. The show just had its third season with well over 1 million viewers per episode.
Wow. Whoa. I didn't expect that ending. That kind of caught me off guard. Jesus Christ. Well, yeah, I don't feel as bad for them now after learning about them, like, killing dogs, basically. Neglecting them, putting them in hot cars. So it's hard to find sympathy for where they're at right now. And the scamming, of course. But the dog thing in particular made me very sad. Jiminy Christmas sports fans, buckle your seatbelts, because I'm about to take you on a wild ride here. And I don't want your, noodle getting blasted against the side of your skull, because this is a lot of information you're going to need to be processing to keep up with the lore. So, yesterday, and I'm sure a lot of you have been keeping up with this as well, but I'm still going to lay out the bare bones of the situation. Yesterday, out of nowhere, there was a statement posted on Lil Tay's Instagram claiming that she has passed away, as well as her brother. Lil Tay is 14 years old, so obviously this was very shocking to hear for a lot of people. It's just an extremely sad situation. Not only did she pass away, but now they've just revealed that the brother has also passed away. Just horrible all around. This was a huge story and just like a complete out-of-nowhere event that caught everyone by surprise. And it also seems a lot of people forgot who Lil Tay was because it's been 5 years since she's been active in the cyberspace, and in internet time, 5 years is ancient history. That shit's going back to like the primordial ooze. Nobody remembers things that happened 5 minutes ago, let alone 5 years. So I'll just go ahead and give you a brief refresher here. Lil Tay was a 9-year-old influencer who blew up in 2018 by posting content of her flexing money. She'd also do tours of mega mansions talking about how she buys them all the time. She'd be in expensive sports cards and say shit like, I don't have a license, but that doesn't mean that I still can't own the goddamn Batmobile. And then she'd do like a fan of money, like she was a magician, asking you to pick a card, but the only card there was Benjamin Franklin's. The content was basically just, here's a 9-year-old who's saying absurd things and has a seemingly absurd amount of money. Now, obviously, no 9-year-old is going to really act this way. This was all a persona. But it turns out it wasn't like her idea or anything. It's actually a pretty sad situation. As more details arose here, it turns out the people closest to her were the ones
basically controlling her whole life. They gave her this role that she was forced to play. They'd tell her what to do and what to say, and they'd get all of the expensive cars and mansions set up so that way she could go film content in there and flex on everyone so that way they could capitalize off of her viral fame. It's a classic case that we've seen a million times in Hollywood with absolutely degenerate scum using their kids to live vicariously through and make money off of. It's just abhorrent shit, really. Now, obviously, when this news broke, everyone was surprised and upset. However, there was a small number of people who got suspicious because in the past, the Lil Tay Instagram account has actually posted something out of the blue before with some very disturbing allegations. It's since been deleted and buried, but it was enough to at least put it on people's radar as something that maybe requires a little more investigation just to ensure that there's no fishy business or it's not some kind of lie or some hacker pretending to be the family of Lil Tay and making this announcement. So there's a group of people that did some super sleuthing, cosplaying as L from Death Note and just putting together the puzzle pieces, and most notably this included TMZ. So they had been contacting like police departments as well as other organizations just asking if they had any death certificates or records of her passing or her brother's passing, to which they all said no. And eventually, TMZ apparently got in contact with Lil Tay herself directly, who confirmed that it was all a ruse. Her and her brother are very much alive, and all of this hoopla was the result of a hacker getting access to her Instagram. She said, "I want to make it clear that my brother and I are safe and alive, but I'm completely heartbroken and struggling to even find the right words to say. It's been a very traumatizing 24 hours. Now, this whole situation is so fucking weird then, because there's actually an even deeper layer here. The question would obviously be, why would a hacker bother doing this? Like, this doesn't make any sense. And right now, the leading theory is that it ties into crypto. And let me explain. I actually learned about this from a publication speculating on why this might have even been posted in the first place. So it turns out there is a crypto coin called Lil Tay Token, and it's existed for a little while now, though I don't think it's fully released or anything like that. But in the wake of all of this information here with like you fake out that Lil Tay and her brother are dead, people were wondering what the fuck would anyone even gain by making up that lie. So they turned their attention back to the Lil Tay token, and this account is actually pretty active on Twitter. They're denying that this was all a publicity stunt. This is actually spearheaded by someone who has worked closely with Lil Tay in the past. So the theory does hold a bit of water. They wanted to get Lil Tay's name out there in a big way to get a ton of publicity and hype around her. So they went with the Dino Spumoni approach here from Hey Arnold with the fake death thing. And it got everyone talking about Lil Tay, which in turn would get people to talk about Lil Tay token when it drops. Maybe the idea was drum up all of this interest around Lil Tay's name, then this crypto token comes out and people buy it in honor of her memory. And I think that is the stupidest idea ever. If that is actually the root of all of this evil here with this whole situation, that would be a dumber idea than the fucking shake weight. That is so stupid. That would make no sense. There is no logical thought process that would go into someone saying like, man, it really sucks that Lil Tay and her brother passed away so young, that's tragic, and then being like, in order to show support to their memory, I'm going to buy an overpriced crypto shitcoin. That's what they would have wanted. Like, that's just not going to happen. This would never move tokens. This would never sell crypto for them. So I don't really think that's what the whole purpose was, but it's also hard to deny that there is a chance with how degenerate the internet's become that a team might actually try this. So it's possible, but I think it's unlikely. I think one thing is very clear here though. Lil Tay is surrounded by bad people. They told her everything to say back in 2018, saying awful things, doing garbage shit for the sake of being a viral celebrity so that they could make money off of her. She is surrounded by fucking parasites. The people that she's supposed to be able to trust and rely on most in her life seem to be the ones that are controlling her whole life for their own personal gain financially. It's so sad. But I would like to expand a bit on what I alluded to earlier, where this isn't the first post that's popped up on her account from somebody else about some very disturbing stuff. A couple years ago, there was actually a post on her Instagram talking about how she needs to be saved from her abusive father, and it linked to a GoFundMe page which raised like $17,000, alleging that the father was abusing her, and a lot of other really disturbing allegations as well. It was started by her brother and alleges that the father is evil and abusing her and doing everything he can to control all of her money, and it also has like a bunch of pictures as well as evidence. It says that the goal of the GoFundMe is to free her from the life of abuse that she currently lives, and that they're going to be doing everything they can to get her away from the father, and I believe that's through the like court system. But I haven't been able to find any information on that or any updates on the situation at all. There's only one update provided on the GoFundMe, and that was like a week after it launched, where this is what was said. I want to take this time to personally thank everyone that believes the truth and supported Tay even through the conspiracy theories. Please realize the Supreme Court case directly involving a minor is not public information. All documents are sealed and will not show up in the registry. The truth will eventually come out. Chris Hope owes $400K in child support and has stolen millions. Just now speaking about this because I no longer am a minor and now have the right to do so without harming my family legally. All people alleging that I am stealing money through a GoFundMe, please look at the facts, look at the police reports and the abuse. This is a serious situation. I feel like if you raise $17,000 for a situation as serious as this, you would want to keep people updated on what's happening here, and people would want to know. But somehow, this has just flown completely under the radar. I can't find any follow-up to any of these claims or anything that's happened since this GoFundMe. The brother hasn't said anything on it, which is fucking weird. A lot of people apparently accuse this of being a scam, claiming that the brother was taking the money here from the GoFundMe for himself, just pocketing it. And I can see why people would think that, because he hasn't fucking said anything about it. He hasn't given any updates on anything here. It's just been complete radio silence for the last couple of years where no one knows what's going on with this. And that doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't you keep people in the loop, especially because it's so serious and people are directly donating to try and do their best to help? The brother of Lil Tay has been a very controversial person since the beginning of Lil Tay's career, where there's a lot of accusations against him for a lot of different things. So the fact that all of this here, the hashtag Save Lil Tay movement, all of it that he was putting out there to try and get some steam behind has just vanished without a trace from him or anyone else involved here. It's all really weird. So the post out of the blue claiming that both Lil Tay and her brother had died is not the first time that something has popped up on her Instagram out of the blue with some very alarming stuff. So the whole thing is baffling. It's such a weird mess. I don't know why a hacker would take over her Instagram account to make that post, and I also don't see why anyone on her team would make that post either. There's just nothing to be gained from anyone, no matter what angle you spin it. Like, even the crypto angle, assuming that theory is even remotely true, there's nothing to gain there. Like, there's no one wins. Like, nothing makes sense about this situation. So, yeah, it's just been a weird, wild ride here with this whole story that I just wanted to go over. That's about it. See ya. Darkest TikTok iceberg. Why do people keep asking for that? Oh, I actually remember this story. I haven't seen his video on it, but I remember this was on Reddit. There was a random TikTok that was taken, well, at least this story, I guess the whole thing might not be connected. A random TikTok taken of a girl with like a black eye and shit, and then Redditors actually were the ones that maybe potentially connected her to a missing persons case. I don't remember the result. I don't know if it actually turned out to be true or not, but yeah, I guess we'll check it out, sure.
We're doing it from most tame to most gruesome. This video gets really, really, really dark, and it sounds so ironic because it's TikTok, but you guys would be
no, TikTok's a fucked platform.
There. Also, I made
Shit's
this
nutty.
list. I hope you guys watch the whole thing. By the way, make sure to follow me on Instagram and subscribe to the channel if you are not already. Actually, don't subscribe yet. I'll earn your subscription by the end of this video.
Hey.
Without botting accounts. Like most social media, TikTok has
underwhelming.
Users that want followers can easily look
Everyone
up
knows
how to buy
TikTok's
TikTok
botted to
followers
fuck.
on Google. I don't know how lame you have to be to do that stuff.
Hey, fun
Jail
fact.
talk.
That's how Travis Scott started. Travis Scott bought all of his followers on SoundCloud when he started. His manager came out and said that Travis Scott, paid him to set up a bot farm for his SoundCloud engagements, and then he was able to pitch that manufactured success to a record label. So yeah, that shit really works.
Fetishization of murderers. TikTok
True
is a
crime.
place for anyone with any interest.
That was big
It's no
on
doubt
Tumblr.
Some people are push the boundary a little when they begin romanticizing these murderers. Take Cameron Herron, for example.
Oh,
in
Jesus,
April
yeah.
of this year, this
Fuck.
21-year-old man was sentenced to a total of 24 years in
Actually
prison
forgot
for
about
killing
that.
a 24-year-old mom and her baby during an illegal street race. Yet people on TikTok were begging for his freedom because he is quote-unquote cute. With dedicated fan edits, comments like, chances should be given and he deserves it. And he is innocent. Please let him go, or justice for him.
They
I think
still
it's safe to
exist.
say
I see 'em
that
on
the
Twitter
teenage
all the
girls that are
time.
writing these comments have no real
All the
sense of
time.
murder. And it's not only male murderers that are
Exit
simped
tier
for,
1
though.
chaotic
There's also the
people.
case of
Resub
Isabella
kitten.
Guzman, who in 2013 was the age 18 and stabbed her mother 151 times, killing her.
Holy
TikTok teens
shit.
began requesting for her freedom because 1, they just thought she was cool, and 2, people said that the only reason she killed her mom was due to being abused, though that was never proven, so people were just going off word of mouth.
Jesus
Fetishization of
Christ.
school shooters. Just like young teens simp for murderers, they also simp for school shooters. Most notably, Devin Erickson, which we actually
What?
talked about on this channel back in March.
Who the fuck is
That's
that?
exactly what you'd expect. Fan edits, comments saying he's hot, and I wouldn't doubt some asking for his freedom. Speaking of romanticizing school shooters, I remember FTP made a couple
Wait,
shirts referencing
who the fuck was that? I've never heard of that guy. He was a school shooter? Dude straight up had like cotton candy hair. I guess that's good that I have no idea that dude's name. But yeah, no, I had no clue. I've never seen that guy before in my fucking life.
I don't know who started this trend of thinking school shooters are people you should idolize, because they're not. They're shit humans that took away lives of innocent people. The surface. Faking disabilities. There was an instance
Ooh, this
last
was
week where
big.
this girl
Still
on TikTok
big.
did some detective work and found out that the account at Adopted and Disabled Child was actually a guy pretending to be disabled. For what? All credit to her, because she actually found out that the quote-unquote disabled man in the video is a soccer player for a Norwegian football team. I don't know
What?
what goes on through your head to say, you know what? I should fake a disability
Holy
today
shit.
and post it on TikTok. Lopez brothers. Okay, I honestly don't want to waste my breath on these fucking idiots, so I'm gonna
I
make
don't
this
know
one
them.
really quick. Yes, they are both guilty of soliciting minors. Yes, there is proof.
She's 14. And you are how old?
Who the fuck are they? I've never heard of them.
You can end up in jail.
I do realize that.
Man, that video didn't really pop off. Let me take a peek. I bet they're doing just fine on TikTok. Honestly, it might even be good marketing on TikTok, so that way the little girls think they have a chance with them, I guess. Which they very well might. Tony Lopez has 23 million followers, and he's doing real well. Posted a day ago. Let's go! He rated his attractiveness. Look at this. Nice. Yeah, no, that really, man, him being outed as a pedophile apparently really, fuck, it really ruined him. Who was the other one? Andre Lopez? He probably took the brunt of it. 21 million followers. He's doing even better than his brother. Hey, look, he's doing a dance. Nice. See, that's the beauty of TikTok. No matter what you do, you can't be canceled on there. And you know why? Because kids don't care. Kids do not give a shit. These two could have literally executed a child on TikTok livestream, put a gun to his head, blew their fucking brains out, and then did a dance on their corpse. Kids would have forgiven them. Literal next day.
For some reason, little girls still love them.
Oh, he even mentions it, yeah.
His TikToks would get millions of views, and I'm sure you've seen them on your For You page at some point. Well, last month, multiple minors came out explaining that Jerob had groomed
I guess
them. One
Tori.
of them, the one that got the most views, was a boy by the name of DYLG16. Joe would send him and his minor friends online BDSM tests and would ask to see their scores so
Jesus
he could see what their
Christ.
kinks were. He even offered to buy him alcohol, and if that wasn't damning enough, Jerob ended up deleting his account shortly after these allegations came out. Bro, if there's one thing I don't like, it's fucking groomers, bro. Get the fuck out of here. You're weird. You're weird. You're weird. Cartel TikTok.
To be fair, that dude probably wouldn't have recovered. I think you're probably right. The people that are fine and uncancelable on TikTok are like the dudes that are decent looking. This guy stood no chance. This guy was fucked the second he got outed as a child groomer. But yeah, the other ones are doing just fine for literally being outed by multiple people for preying on minors.
Zombie Woman is the nickname given to a woman in distress recorded from a neighbor earlier this year in May in Seattle, Washington. Now, I've tried researching what actually is the story behind this video, but there isn't really a solid story. So, I'm just gonna read you guys some popular theories. The first theory is that this woman is a victim of domestic abuse due to dyeing her hair pink and her boyfriend not liking it. Also forgot to mention that in that same theory, the boyfriend allegedly ripped her hair out due to not liking the pink. That's the most I could find for that one. The second theory
That's
is
probably
that this
not
woman
it.
is just on some type of heavy drug like bath salts. The third theory
That's
is that
more
this woman
likely.
is a victim of human trafficking and she had escaped her abusers.
That is possible.
Someone said
Man, that actually does look like a fucking scene from Martyrs, if any of you guys are unfortunate enough to have watched that movie. That movie's disturbing. This actually does look like a scene from that. So this was real? This wasn't like some theater promotion thing or something? Like some kids doing high school theater? Because the cops are actually here, so I'm guessing this was a real person. Damn, that is fucking sad. Martyrs isn't that bad? Bro, that movie hits hard. That movie, like, not just like the gore shit they show. That movie, like, even its message is disturbing. The whole movie is about torturing women so they can get as close to death as possible, so hopefully they'd have an out-of-body experience and see what's on the other side. And to accomplish that, they torture the women, like, by literally, like, peeling all of their skin off, like, degloving their whole body. Like, that movie's nutty. That movie is, like, really nutty.
Holocaust challenge. Yo, I can't
I
even
remember
believe
this
some of the
one.
stuff I'm saying right
I remember
now.
that one.
This is real stuff that happened on TikTok. In August of 2020, a new trend began emerging in US TikTok. In this trend, teenagers would pretend to be Jews that had died during the Holocaust.
Yeah, that one was pretty fucking crazy.
Diane Saltzman, the director.
One thing I always found pretty interesting about this is, like, what is the thought process here? Like, so they died at Auschwitz and they went to heaven, and yet they're still, like, covered in dirt and, like, hurt and stuff, even while in heaven? Like, that's gotta suck. You go to heaven in the same state you left the world. Like, if you get hit by a fucking train or something, you just go to heaven in pieces? That'd be terrible. What a horrible, like, entrance.
Is offensive to survivors.
Easy tier 1 macaroni and cheese.
I don't know how fucking stupid you have to be to do this shit, bro. That's just weird and disrespectful. Ronnie McNutt video.
This one, I remember this one too.
TikToks would be posted onto the app.
Fuck, this one was heavy.
Until the TikTok would then cut to a clip of a man shooting himself in the head with a rifle. Well, he actually shoots himself in the face, not. Well, like we're like right here. I'm sure you guys have probably seen the video. These TikToks were disguised as your average dancing videos.
That was a fucked up
K-pop
trend.
fan came confirmed that the rumor of Ronnie doing this, quote, because his girlfriend broke up with him, is entirely false. He explains that Ronnie did this due to suffering from PTSD and depression.
Oh, yeah, that one was super
TikTok
sad.
beheading video. In the summer of
That
this
one was
year,
really fucking
the video
sad.
began Cassie Compton. In January of 2021,
This one I remember
a
from
video
Reddit.
posted on TikTok went viral due to showing a woman sitting in the backseat of a car. People compared this woman to Cassie Compton, a 15-year-old who disappeared from her home in Stuttgart, Arkansas on September 14th of 2014. Though, these were later found out to be two completely different people. And
Oh,
the
it
woman
wasn't
in the
right?
video was confirmed by family to be Haley Grace Phillips. She had been reported missing by a family member
Oh,
who saw the
well,
video.
it was
but
right, though.
on her own account, had just left home due to a falling out with her father. So,
Oh.
you know, she didn't think she was missing. She just, like, left home. And when asked about the black eyes, she explains that she had been jumped and robbed by two women when leaving the store. And the men in the car were friends of hers helping her track down the attackers. Many were still skeptical to if she was telling the truth or if her abusers were telling her.
So Reddit was almost right,
So we
kind
have
of.
no idea what the Austin 13. Austin Morosky was a TikToker with many followers who was accused of raping his 5-year-old sister. Yup, you heard that
Jesus
right. So basically,
Christ.
there is no hard evidence that I could find to this case. It's all just word of mouth from people that went to high school with him.
That if you happen to get in the same scenario like myself, don't beat yourself up. Let this be a lesson to my followers and whoever's watching, that words will and can affect someone's life along with the cyberbullying.
Which, by the way, is one of the worst apology videos I've seen.
What?
It's right up there with James Charles and David Dobrik. You'd expect them to be like, no, I did not rape my sister, or yes, guys, I did.
Holy
but
shit.
He just dodges the question. He acknowledges nothing.
What the
Lady
fuck?
Cat Killer.
Wait, what the fuck? That was actually, like, his response? I imagine he's doing just fine on TikTok. He probably didn't even need to do that for his TikTok followers. They don't give a fuck. What was his name? Austin 13? He does not have a TikTok anymore. That's a first. Yeah, I typed it in right. The AWS. Yeah, I typed it in right. Oh, 316. Oh. Okay, hold on. No, still not. And it was Austin 13. Man, fuck you guys making me think I was wrong.
On July 28th in San Antonio, Texas, this girl and her friends saw someone hanging from the railing of a drainage ditch. The 25-year-old man had just committed suicide, and instead of calling the police, well, one of the teens filmed the other one stealing his necklace. Yes, removing it from his lifeless body. To make matters even worse, they filmed it and posted it on
Full-blown
Snapchat.
Logan
I have
Paul.
no idea how stupid you have to be to film yourself committing a crime. I mean, because if you think about it, they could have gotten away with it. And I'm not condoning them getting away with it. But seriously, how stupid, like, just don't film
Holy
it. Again,
shit.
I'm not condoning what they did. Good that they got caught. I'm glad they were idiots and filmed it. When asked by the police why she stole the necklace, she says that it matched her fashion style. Honestly, I didn't expect any better reason
That's a good
from
point,
this girl.
actually.
The police,
How are they doing on TikTok? What was her name? What was it? Bethany what? I'm sure if I type in how many people are actually fucking named Bethany in 2022, I'm sure it'll come up. Bethany 3160. I'm not falling for it twice. No, it looks like she has also been banned. Man, maybe TikTok actually does sometimes take action. Then why not for the other, like, predators? Yeah, it looks like she is also off. Her name was Bethany Martin.
Zachary Lathan.
Her account still exists. It's at
Often
50K.
dubbed the TikToker who killed his neighbor for clout.
Thank you, some
Zachary
Dell
Lathan
stars.
did just that. Eventually, the family's son and father confront Zach by going to his house, and meanwhile, Zach's wife is recording everything. Yeah, the dude had a wife at the age of 18. Anyway, Zach ends up going ape mode and stabs William in the armpit, puncturing his lung, killing him. People say this was an attempt to gain TikTok clout since the wife was recording, but I personally think it's just a man with mental and anger issues not knowing limits. Also, the argument, the people came up to his side, and I'm not defending it again, that kid's a fucking idiot. But yeah, rest in peace to that man. Rest in peace. Joseph Jimenez.
I'm assuming
Another
that
recent
TikTok
event from
guy's
this
in
list
jail
is
now.
this, when explaining why he did it, he says that voices were telling him that by killing both of those two teenagers, he would be saving the world.
Fuck, maybe, Jesus Christ, maybe that Reddit commenter really was real then. Fuck me, oh my god. What? Jesus Christ. Yeah, going out in public's scary, man. What's the name of that old song from Under Oath? It's dangerous business going out of your front door or something? The shit is super true. And it really feels like more and more people are becoming unhinged. I don't know what it is, but it just really feels like more often now than when I was growing up, people are becoming significantly more on edge and dangerous. Thanks to Tier 1 Dat Boy and the resub up down. It might just be like more access to information, but goddamn, this fucking scary.
Claire Miller is a 14-year-old girl that murdered her disabled sister, Helen, that had cerebral palsy, a disorder that affects a person's posture, muscles, and balance. Claire hysterically called 911 and just admitted to murdering her sister, and when the police arrived, they noticed that she had tried washing the blood that was on her hands in the snow on the ground. So I guess there was just bloody snow everywhere. And they had found a knife inside of the older sister's neck. They are charging her for murder as an adult. She's not being charged as a minor. She's being charged as a full adult. So she's
That's
gonna
good
get these
news.
consequences.
God damn.
Nicola Priest. This is by
I think
far
as TikTok continues to grow, pretty much every criminal ever is going to be able to be traced back to a TikTok account. So literally every criminal from this point forward, I imagine, will be able to watch TikTok videos of them doing the Doja Cat dance or some shit at some point. Because it's just everyone has one now. So literally every single murderer is also going to be a TikToker by extension. That's a pretty wild future.
So this woman from the UK named Nicola Priest would post
Thanks,
TikToks
Resub
mourning her
Innocence.
dead daughter. This woman actually murdered her own kid and then went on TikTok post mourning her own daughter. People found this out because you can actually search her up on public records and it says there that she murdered her kid. That's what she is. And if you go back and watch some of the videos, her account is still up, by the way. If you go back and watch some of the videos, it's so fucking creepy seeing like just no.
Why is her account still up?
Acting like she didn't fucking kill her own daughter.
What? What was her name? Nicola Priest. How is she doing? No, it's down now. Okay, so it must have been up in August. It is down now. So far, almost all of them have been. I'm very surprised. Usually they're not. Why just 15 years? I have no fucking clue. I have no idea. I imagine, if I had to take a guess, I would say it's probably the UK. Let's see, in fact. Mom who killed 3-year-old for interrupting her having sex posts... What? Posts apology to her parents. And yes, she was from Solihull, England. She made a fucking YouTube apology video for killing her 3-year-old daughter. She was having sex with her boyfriend and got interrupted. And so she killed her daughter. What was the thought process? It's not like she was going to go back to getting laid after committing a murder in front of the boyfriend. Oh shit, the boyfriend is also implicated in this. The vomiting was the result of the severe beating you were both responsible for inflicting on her. No doubt you irritated by her crying, asking to be let out. It interrupted the two of you when you wanted to have sex. You lost your temper and you were joint participants in the assault. Holy shit. And they got 15 years. It's a fucking joke, man. That's a fucking joke. Yep, that should be life for both of them, I would say. And what's even wilder, she used it for clout on TikTok.
All right, yeah, that was the iceberg.
That was a lot of shit.
Let me know what you guys want to see.
There's a shart trend as well. Now that just sounds like good fun. No one's getting hurt in a shart. Damn. Yeah, that was a lot of shit I'd never even heard of. Today I had an itch that needed to be scratched, so I cannonballed into the pool of male astrology just to take a peek at what's been going on in the Sigma scene, as well as the alpha male YouTubers, and of course catching up with the omega male gurus who give some wild and wacky advice, just because it's been so long since I've tuned into the genre on YouTube. Recently I've felt that the Sigma grind set's begun to fizzle out a little bit, and I was hoping to reignite that fire inside of the hearts of all Sigma males that might be watching. So I wanted to share one video with you that I found. It's called 10 Odd Things Sigma Males Do That Turn Women On. Now before starting it, I will say I was a bit disappointed to see that they omitted one of the most important qualities of a Sigma male, and that's how they handle one-night stands. I've seen this from a couple other channels, and I just would like to put this here in the beginning before getting into the 10 things, because I think it's a really important one. So a Sigma male's not afraid to be upfront. We know that. So when it comes to a one-night stand, I think the optimal way Sigma males handle it is they always finish it off respectfully. They don't want to leave things on bad terms. So this is just a little free advice to all the Sigma males out there. When you're done with a one-night stand and you know it's not going to be something that's like a long-term partnership, make sure that you're nice, understanding, but direct about it. So get up, give her a bow, and say, "Thanks, madam, for the good pussy. 'Twas doth sodden in those quarters, but I must be off now. Crime never sleeps. Pray thee good day," and then collect your monocle and tobacco pipe and skedaddle. It leaves things on good terms, and you now have broken things off in a much more palatable way.
Women are turned on by different things than men. The Sigma male is the type of guy who knows what these differences are and how to exploit them.
It's fascinating to me how 100% of the time these YouTubers always present their ideas in the creepiest manner possible, calling it an exploit here, making it sound like it's some kind of cheat code or a forbidden jutsu you'll get in trouble for using. It just comes across really weird, saying things like, the Sigma male knows these differences and knows how to exploit it. It just makes it sound almost criminal. The Sigma male is very familiar with females and the law. So you want to get laid without going to prison for sexual assault? Well, there's a fine line between sexual assault and getting laid, and the Sigma male tap dances on it. Find out how in this video.
The Sigma male is the type of man women are naturally attracted to. He has an innate understanding of how to appeal to female biology, knowing which buttons to push and when.
Another thing I always find interesting, and this is across like all alpha male and Sigma male YouTubers, is I can never tell if it's text-to-speech voices they use or if it's actually them narrating, because their cadence is so robotic, and I'm just never positive. Like for this one in particular, I feel like it's text-to-speech, but then there's certain moments where it kind of messes up and bumbles a word around, and then I'm like, no, it's probably a person.
1. Their light touches. When a Sigma male is sitting next to a woman, he'll reach out and gently rest his hand on top of hers. Or he might come up behind her and lay his hands on her hips or shoulders, just for a couple of seconds before pulling away again. A woman loves it when he takes the initiative like this, without always waiting to be invited.
Yeah, so step one here is immediately playing with fire, because if you do this on a total stranger, you might just go straight to jail. Do not pass go and collect $200. This shit's just getting you right in the slammer. It feels like something that is only acceptable if it's done with a girl that you're already romantically involved with, or are at least familiar with enough to the point where coming up behind them and putting your hands on her hips doesn't immediately get you slapped and spit on. If this is a stranger, you might just get your ass beat, and you might get the cops called on you. So I'm assuming this advice here, where don't wait to be invited, is when it's like your partner. Like, hey, maybe rest your hand on her hand when you guys are out on a date.
as opposed to just like, hey, if you're in class next to a girl, just rest your hand on her hand as a Sigma move. I'll give the benefit of the doubt to the creator here because they don't actually specify if it's like this is an icebreaker type thing that you use on women that you're interested in, or something that you do to continue to keep a woman that you're already with interested in you.
2. They know how to command attention. A Sigma man doesn't care if anyone notices him or not, as long as he has the upper hand in any given social situation. When he enters a room, she can't help but notice him because of the way other people react when he's around.
Now, as is the case with every Alpha, Sigma, Omega, Giga Chad advice YouTube channel, most of it's just platitudes, utterly meaningless, and can be applied to pretty much everyone and everything ever. And this is one of those things. If you're good at getting people's attention and not being weird, it's a good thing for you. And women like that. It's like, yeah, that sounds about right.
3. Their specific sense of humor. Everyone has a different sense of what's funny, and Sigma males seem to possess a unique kind of humor that nobody else can get.
To be fair, you do have to have a high IQ to understand Sigma male humor, so this is again another one of those points where it's like, yep, that sounds about right. Sigma males are known for their gut-busting comedy, and women do appreciate a good ha-ha-ha moment, some good goofs and laughs.
4. They exude an air of mystery. There's something about the way they carry themselves that makes women want to find out what it is. This makes her feel like she doesn't have all the information, which is psychologically arousing.
This is always my favorite advice, because this is what I bought into going into college, that women love a mystery, which is why I took on the role of an anime protagonist who's very mysterious. You know what it got me? Not laid. It almost got me just fucking excommunicated from my goddamn university because everyone was so fucking afraid of me because I was such a weirdo. Sure, there's something to be said about someone that's not like overly outgoing with everything that's happened in their life. Yeah, absolutely. Keeping some things to yourself, being a little more reserved is probably pretty helpful. But the way that they set it up here where it's like a mystery is great. It's psychologically arousing to not have all the information. I will just debunk that immediately. You should give some information. For sure. Don't just go like catatonic and smoke a cigarette in the background hoping that someone finds that cool or hot. Because they probably won't. They just find it creepy.
They come off as really intense. When he talks to her, it seems like he's judging every little thing she says, and that can be really intimidating. Sigma males don't think twice about challenging a woman, which can be a huge turn-on for some women.
This one straight up just doesn't seem like a good thing at all. To have women find you scary and intimidating and too intense. That just seems like it's a massive detriment to getting laid as a Sigma male. And then the part about a Sigma male not being afraid to challenge a woman, that almost just sounds almost threatening. Like, hey, at any moment you say something that's a little out of line, the Sigma male is going to call you out on it. It's like, ugh, you winch, you've gone a bit too far and you misquoted the great George Lucas. He never said that about Star Wars and I'm putting you in your place. And you should be turned on by this. It's like, I don't know if that's necessarily a great quality to be so willing to challenge everything and come off as really intense.
They are unpredictable. A woman loves to be surprised. If she can see something coming from a mile away, there's no excitement left in it for her. He keeps himself just a little bit apart from society, and that makes it impossible for her to guess what he will do next.
I don't really see what being an outcast from society has to do with being unpredictable. Unless he's isolated from society in like a mental asylum or something. Like, I don't really understand how those two correlate. You can be unpredictable while also participating in society, right? You can come up with surprises like, hey, surprise, I found chocolates in the dumpster outside. I bet you didn't see this coming. Or, you know, come in with a birthday cake. Hey, I know it's not your birthday, but hey, I definitely subverted your expectations with this maneuver, didn't I? You don't have to be like, you know, outside of the outskirts of society to be unpredictable. And yeah, there is something to be said about surprises and being spontaneous. That could be a good thing for sure. Not just for Sigma males, but for people in general.
They have a really strong presence. Some men are just more dominating, and women respect him because of this. They're active listening. A few women are really turned on by men who just tune out during a conversation, but most of them can't stand it. They want to be heard, and they love it when he shows an interest in everything she has to say.
Again, most of this video is just platitudes that everyone's heard a million times before. It's not specific to Sigma males. It's just everything here is Sigma male slapped on top of the most generic advice ever from WikiHow and peddled out there as Sigma advice, or these are weird, wacky things Sigmas do that no one else does, when this is just like the most basic shit ever. Oh, be a good listener. Oh, have your own identity with a strong presence and not try and stand out from the crowd with being like overly, showy or whatever. Like, it's all just general advice that everyone's always heard forever. But ever since this whole Sigma versus Alpha versus Beta versus Omega war started, all of this most basic shit gets labeled as Sigma and Alpha and all of that. Like, I guarantee I could find this exact video with the word Alpha on top of it and it'd be indistinguishable.
Their self-sufficiency. He doesn't need anybody in his life. He has his own place, makes his money, and lives on his own terms. They are chivalrous. He opens the door for her, pulls out her chair at dinner, and walks next to the curb when they are walking down the street.
Yeah, I bet you didn't see those last two coming. Straight off of an Ask Reddit thread, basically. Oh, they're self-sufficient and can make their own money. And they're chivalrous. Who could have guessed? How odd is that? I don't really understand who the audience is for these videos. I'm guessing it's already people that identify themselves as a Sigma male, and they just want to, like, confirm that they check all of the boxes on these 10 lists, like these top 10 lists. Because I can't imagine anything else. Like, even just scrolling into the comments or reading the discussions on Twitter, it's always people like, yeah, I am a Sigma male and all of this is accurate, but unfortunately women in today's society just don't appreciate a 6-digit IQ like mine. So unfortunately Sigmas like me aren't getting as much pussy as Alphas, though we should be, and we have every right to because we're significantly better than them. Like, just look at these lists. A Sigma male is just the clear winner when it comes to males, and it's just a little upsetting that women haven't quite caught up to us yet to appreciate it. It just makes no sense to me, because all of these lists and all of these things from these Sigma male YouTubers and shit are just platitudes, meaningless cliches. Like, none of it has any substance or weight to it or anything unique about it. It is literally astrology, looking at a horoscope, but for lonely guys. Like, it's just a bit silly. And I do feel bad for them because there's so many videos like this and so many, like, YouTubers that talk about Sigma versus Alpha and all of that. And it just really muddies the waters and makes people that are really, like, struggling with self-esteem or their self-image get confused and get a bit lost in it. So yeah, it's just I wanted to check in on the community over here and see what's going on. And it's still the same stuff, just boring top 10 things Sigmas do when they're single or whatever and all of that. And some really bad advice from other channels that isn't like entertainingly bad advice, it's just sad advice. And they're selling courses to people that are already desperate enough to buy them, just exploiting it. So basically it's in the exact same spot that it was 2 years ago when I was actively watching this shit for entertainment. It's just now getting a bit stale and a bit sad. It's just, today just felt like a day I needed to at least check in with it. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. There is an update to the Corey Harris case here, the Zoom court hearing where he was driving with a suspended license. The judge was stunned, even made this face right here, which is a really, really good face that he's making. It kind of reminds me of 007 characters, like the bad guys, when you like zoom in on their face after they get shot. So the story started with him going to the Zoom court hearing while driving. The judge is like, I might be misunderstanding something here. Someone help me out. Am I off my gourd right now? He's driving, and he has a suspended license. There's a suspended license case, and he is driving on the Zoom call. And he just goes, yep, that's correct, Your Honor. So then he ended up turning himself in. He was released 2 days later, like after spending 2 days in jail. Turns out his license suspension was rescinded 2 years ago. So he should have been able to drive, no problem. It shouldn't have been an issue at all. So that was the update to it. And then today, I saw this when we finished cryptid hunting. I saw that there was another update to this where apparently he never had a license, which I haven't really looked into yet.
I'm going to learn together with everybody. But it makes me wonder, how the fuck can the system be this disheveled, broken, and dog shit that not only did he not have a license, but somehow they suspended an imaginary license, rescinded the suspension on an imaginary license, then went back, double-checked the suspended rescission, or rescinding, and gave that the green light, gave that the stamp of approval, when it never existed in the fucking first place. It's like a huffalump. Like, that makes no sense. Like, how is there not a paper trail for a license? So let's learn together how this has all unfolded. On May 15th, Michigan man named Corey Harris showed up to virtual court hearing behind the wheel of his car. All right, this is just going to be the setting the stage, the foundation. Okay, here. Things got even stranger at a Wednesday hearing, which began with Judge J. Cedric Simpson revealing that Harris has in fact never had a driver's license and ended with the defendant being taken into custody. Simpson opened the hearing by saying he wanted to make sure the record was clear. Based upon what the court has looked at, he has never had a Michigan license ever. And he has never had a license in the other 49 states and commonwealths that form up this great union. He has never had a license. The judge went on to untangle the confusion, explaining that it had not been Harris's license that had been suspended last October in Pittsfield Township, but rather his privilege to drive in the state. Hence, for example, if he had a Kentucky license, he would be able to drive everywhere that Kentucky would allow him to drive. He just couldn't drive in Michigan because his privileges had been restricted. In fact, Harris apparently knew this. Prosecutor Conrad Siller said during the Wednesday hearing that police body camera footage showed Harris acknowledging at least twice to the officer who pulled him over that he didn't have a valid license. Jesus Christ. This is a lot to process. As to how the court figured it out, Simpson explained that his office had gone back through Harris's records, finding that he had applied for his first Michigan photo ID on May 3rd, 1999 at the age of 19. Counsel knows, and so do I, you cannot have both. Either you have an ID or you have a license. And he has religiously every year gotten a new ID. And so he knows that he doesn't have a license. And quite frankly, I just wish he would have said that at the beginning and all this hoopla could have just been put all aside. Brother, Your Honor, Simpson just dropped a hoopla, a cold hoopla in court right there. What a fucking statement. This guy said, I've had enough of this. It's time to end it. I didn't invent hoopla. He didn't steal my word. I haven't trademarked that. It's not copyrighted. I got it from SpongeBob. Hoopla, hoopla, hoopla. That shit. How did his lawyers not know that? Because it seems like Judge Simpson was really tired of the circus that followed this Zoom court meeting or hearing. And is like, oh, fuck it, I'll do it myself. We'll do it live. I can't trust anyone. If you want something done right, you got to do it yourself. So he went into the trenches, combed through all the paperwork manually, and got to the bottom of it. Like I said, anytime you deal with anything even tangentially related to the government, I have learned it is a fucking disaster. I don't know how the country functions in any semblance of the word with the people that are in these government positions. They do not. They refuse to do their jobs. Straight up refuse to. It's laughable. That's why I don't believe in government conspiracies. They're too incompetent. Hey, checkmate. That's a good point, actually. That is a really good point. They can't even figure out whether or not someone has a license, and they act based off of just imaginary dreams that they had about this license. Yet somehow they're going to have these grand conspiracies about fucking 5G towers rewriting your DNA and injecting COVID into your cockhole or whatever.
After Harris' disastrous pre-trial hearing on May 15th, Simpson revoked his bond and ordered him to turn himself in to the county jail that evening, where he spent 2 nights. 2 weeks later, shortly after Harris went viral, ABC affiliate WXYZ. Man, I've actually never read that out loud. I usually just brush over that because I don't feel like saying it all. Man, that's super stupid. ABC affiliate WXYZ. It's trash. I hate that branding. Reported that his suspension, which was tied to a child support case, had actually been lifted by a judge in 2022. It has literally been pure hell. I've been assaulted, I've been followed, I've been laughed at, I've been ridiculed, I have been disrespected, Harris told of the situation. He's been assaulted? Jesus Christ. Like in jail, maybe? Have random people on the street just been accosting this man? That's terrible. The report shed light on the seeming thicket of bureaucratic incompetence that had led to the wrongful citation. In order to see his driving record wiped clean, Harris was supposed to have paid a $125 fee to the Saginaw County Court Clerk's office, which would have allowed the court to send a notice of clearance to the Michigan Secretary of State's office, which oversees regulation of the state's motor vehicles. Harris pointed the finger at Saginaw County Friend of the Court, an office that assists court administrators. They're supposed to have lifted it 2 years ago, but they didn't always double check. Yeah, that's what he said, where like they just don't do what they're supposed to. This is once again just kind of like a recap of like the previous update. Simpson defended his sister court on Wednesday, saying that the Saginaw County Friend of the Court had done nothing wrong. His driving privileges were unsuspended in 2022. That required Mr. Harris to do something. He didn't do it. Therefore, the Friend of the Court was under no obligation to send anything to the Secretary of State. Wait, but he never had a license. Like, this shouldn't have even... They had nothing to unsuspend. He never had a driver's license. Like, I need to look up driving privileges. Is there paperwork for driving privileges? Like, is that a totally separate filing? Because I feel like he's just making that shit up right now. Like, that's something my parents would have made up in order to get me to eat my vegetables or do chores or something. I've never heard of that. Yeah, let's see. I'll do it on my phone real quick. It'll be faster. What is driving privileges? I'll do like court. Well, I dreadfully misspelled that. I typed in privileges. So that didn't work. Hold on. All right. A limited driving privilege is a judgment issued in the discretion of a court for good cause shown authorizing a person with a revoked driver's license to drive for essential purposes related to any of the following: employment or maintenance of a person's household. Okay. Interesting. It was not immediately clear if anyone had notified Harris of the outstanding fee back in 2022. He paid it on Monday, a spokesperson for the Secretary of State previously confirmed, and Simpson said Wednesday that the Friend of the Court had immediately sent over the notice of clearance taking the suspension privileges off his driving record. The judge emphasized that no clerical error had been made either by his office, the Pittsfield Police, or Saginaw County authorities. It was a failure on the part of Mr. Harris to do certain things. It really wasn't, though. What? You guys also bear a lot of blame here. Like, this has been such a fucking convoluted series of, like, twists and turns and tubes to go through. It's not all on him. Driving privileges, driver's license, fucking... It's all over the place. I'm going to do the Summer Game Fest stream Friday. Yes, I am. I will be. It's crazy just how inefficient all of the systems are. It's so crazy. How could there not just be like one simple protocol? Do you have your license? No. Do you have driving privileges? Yes. Okay. Here's records of both. And then you work from that.
It should not be this convoluted. It can't be. Why is there 4 different bodies here that this goes through? The fucking Saginaw BFF of the court, the Secretary of State, the Pittsfield Police, and what was the other one? I forgot the other one. There's just so fucking many. It's just needlessly confusing. Charlie, most of the military still runs on XP. Let that sink in. Not only the military, most hospitals still run off of Windows XP. And they probably always will. Harris's attorney, public defender Dionne Webster Cox, who appeared alongside him in the WXYZ interview, said that she was committed to resolving the case and that Harris was in the process of procuring his license. She said he had his permit test scheduled for Thursday. Once he gets his permit, he's got to drive for at least 30 days. Apparently, he knows how to do that part. After cracking a smile. Other parts of the hearing were less jovial, particularly when Webster Cox stressed that it wasn't Harris's fault that he was now a meme. My client didn't start the hoop. Oh my God, they're dropping hoopla back and forth in here. It's a real Thunderdome. We got ourselves a clash of the Titans. Now the public defender's dropping hoopla. You can't just invoke the power of that word. It's like Voldemort's name. It's an ancient incantation. Perhaps he's made some comments, but he didn't start the hoopla whatsoever. That was someone that was outside of his control. Simpson seemed to take exception to this. You say it wasn't started by him. Oh, it certainly was. It was certainly when he made his first statement to WXYZ. The judge added that the person Harris needed to blame for the kerfuffle. This is so unserious. This one wasn't a quote, though, so this one's just from whoever wrote the article, dropping in a mean kerfuffle. It is actually a children's book here. These are Rick and Morty words. Was the person that was staring at him, the person that he was staring at in the mirror. He later added, just own it. Once you own it, then it becomes a whole lot easier just to move forward. What do you know about being a meme, Judge Simpson? Your Honor? What experience do you have there? The judge then brought up the fact that Harris had a warrant out for his arrest stemming from a separate traffic stop in Allen Park in June 2015 when he'd again been cited for driving without a license. Simpson acknowledged that he didn't know whether this had been mentioned to Harris after the pretrial hearing last month. I really don't care whether he was or not. All I know is that was back in mid-May, and it hasn't been taken care of. Simpson then had court officer escort Harris out of the room. Online records show that Harris has since posted bond in the case. Next court date for the traffic stop is August 13th, while the next hearing in this viral case is slated for August 7th. Mark your calendars, we got another summer blockbuster coming up for this case. I'm sure there's going to be another twist to it where it turns out that Harris is actually like a deep covert operative here. Something. Going to get the CTU involved with Jack Bauer somehow. Yeah, I don't know what else can come from this in terms of like shocking twists. I think it's all like that's got to be the last bomb that drops, right? Surely there's no more. So I imagine come August it'll just be standard court proceedings, probably nothing crazy. But who knows, this is becoming quite the high-profile case.
Well, I never thought this day would come. A YouTuber just made an apology video worse than Sienna May's iconic interpretive dance. For those that don't remember, Sienna May was a TikToker accused of sexual assault, and for some reason she marched into the mines of Mordor and hatched the most diabolical plan of all time, forged the worst video apology ever, where it was an interpretive dance apology. So she starts fucking boogieing out there, doing some of this, a little bit of these, and by God, I'm ashamed to say it, but she even did some of this. Just kind of downplaying the entire situation. And keep in mind, it was sexual assault accusations that also had a video as well. So there was a ton of evidence and she still just tried to do like an apology interpretive dance. I did not think there would ever come a time that someone makes a worse response than that, but hooey, how wrong I was.
Hey, it's been a while since you saw my face. I haven't been doing so great, so I took a little break. A lot of people are saying some things about me that aren't quite true. Doesn't matter if it's true though, just as long as it's entertaining to you.
That bleeding in your ears is normal. This is a ukulele apology video. She's turned her accusations and her response into a Disney musical number here, I suppose. She's got a whole little Broadway moment here to sing and talk about it. Now, before getting into it, let me give some context on what she's apologizing for. Colleen Ballinger is most known for her Miranda Sings character. If you've been on YouTube for a long time, you've definitely heard that name before. She was a massive superstar on the platform. She even had her own Netflix show. And recently, another YouTuber named Adam McIntyre has really started to spearhead this information about her past and everything that's happened to them, as well as the group chat that she used to have with a lot of her fans that were minors, and the way she conducted herself. She's been accused of like asking for ass pics from her fans, and again, most of these fans were minors at the time. She'd even send really weird videos to them. It's just, there's been a ton of evidence of very unacceptable shit, so she's been accused of like grooming as well as being a predator, and this video that she made is her response to those very serious allegations.
All aboard the toxic gossip train. You're chugging down the tracks of misinformation. The toxic gossip train. You got a one-way ticket to manipulation station.
Nah, she's giving us a one-way ticket to defecation station, because this is some shit here. I don't know how she thought this was a good idea at all. She doesn't even disprove any of the allegations, she just calls it the toxic gossip train, like it's some kind of little musical number out of Magic School Bus or something that she's not taking seriously. In the face of very serious claims, she decides to put on the entire clown outfit and grab her trusty ukulele and go to battle. But it's not really a battle because she doesn't even really tackle any of the claims. She doesn't refute anything or defend herself. She just makes a song.
Toxic gossip train. Tie me to the tracks and harass me for my past. Cause rumors look like facts. If you don't mind the gaps, I won't survive in the crash. But hey, at least you're having fun.
I'm sorry to keep pausing this so frequently, I just have so much to say, and trust me, I'm really doing you a favor with all of these breaks here to give you a brief, like, respite from the fucking unbelievable cringe. Like, this is some pure, undiluted, unhinged delusion here. This is so strong, I feel like it needs to be added to the periodic table, like the element of delusion that she is displaying here. Like, this song is fucking haunted, honestly. This is like that track out of Courage the Cowardly Dog with Velvet Vic, where it, like, sucks you into the record player. That's this song, but it sucks you into a group chat where she's, like, asking about your first period and asking for ass pics or something. But the reason I'm pausing it here is because this is something she falls back on a lot in the song, and I don't want to just keep playing too much of the song. She seems to think that a lot of people are taking pleasure in watching all of this and says, like, oh, it's all untrue, but you're just doing it because it's entertaining and you're having fun. I've never fully understood that perspective because I imagine most people don't have fun learning that people they grew up watching or people they were at least aware of being a big influence turned out to be absolute fucking scumbags. Groomers, predators, all these horrible things. Like, no one has fun with accusations like that, I don't think. Certainly not the victims of it. The victims of Miranda Sings, Colleen Ballinger here, definitely aren't having any fun here. This has been mentally damaging shit that they've carried for a long time. Now, I do think there is an argument to be made about, like, YouTuber apologies as entertainment. I made a whole fucking tier list on it. There is an element of fun to watching a completely disconnected from reality weirdo do something like Miranda Sings has done with this fucking singing apology. It's hard not to point and laugh at the absolute insanity of that situation. But in those cases, no one's laughing about the actual allegations. Nobody wants someone in a position of power like Miranda Sings, Colleen Ballinger, to turn out to be a groomer or a predator.
Hi everyone. wanting to come online and talk to you about a few things. Even though my team has strongly advised me to not say what I want to say, I recently realized that they never said that I couldn't sing what I want to say.
Holy shit, she's done it. She's activating 100% of her brain. What an incredible loophole. Checkmate, lawyers. Her legal team must have been there like, no! She got us. How did we not think of that? We never said she couldn't sing it. Damn, she's good.
Many years ago, I used to message my fans, but not in a creepy way like a lot of you are trying to suggest. It was more of a loser kind of way, where I was just trying to be besties with everybody. There were times in the DMs when I would overshare details of my life, which was really weird of me. I haven't done that for years, you see, because I changed my behavior and I took accountability. Let's go on the toxic gossip train.
If you have anything to refute the claims, why don't you present it instead of doing your little talent show ukulele act? She's saying that this video, in the beginning of the song, she's saying that she's only going to be talking about the facts, and then provides nothing. The facts must have been out of town during the filming of this, because she does not present them at all. She doesn't provide anything to refute any of the claims. All she does is say, like, no, that's all wrong. Those aren't the facts. You guys are falling for the toxic gossip train. Misinformation super duper station. Whatever. Like, she doesn't actually provide any evidence, any counterpoints, nothing. All she does is just say that it's a lie. That's it. And I guess you're just supposed to take her at her word because she's singing it? Like, it doesn't make any sense. This is just invalidating to all of her victims. Like, she is, like, actually, like, laughing in their face with this video, I feel. It's pretty disgusting, actually. I don't understand how she thought this could possibly be perceived in any meaningful, positive way. Because, again, she doesn't defend herself. She doesn't refute any of the claims of all of, like, the grooming accusations. If she thinks that all of this is overblown or incorrect, why wouldn't she come forward with her evidence to support that and say, like, nope, this is where all of this is wrong, this is where it's false, this is where you've been lied to and manipulated. She doesn't do that. All she has here is this dumb little fucking song. I just can't even wrap my head around the thought process.
In all seriousness, I do think it's really important to hold people accountable for their mistakes. You know, we should hope that everyone can learn from their mistakes and grow and change their behavior and be a better person. And this is something that I've always tried to do when I make mistakes, and it's something that I will continue to try to do. What? Oh, you don't care? Oh, okay. I thought you wanted me to take accountability, but that's not the point of your mob mentality, is it? No. Your goal is to ruin the life of the person you despise while you dramatize your lies and monetize their demise.
Once again, this is just like shitting on the victims that have come forward. There are tons and tons of messages as well as videos, like just an overwhelming amount of evidence that's all pretty damning on Colleen Ballinger's behavior from these group chats, as well as just a lot of other things over the years. And in the song, she just reduces that to, it was just a weird loser sending cringe. It was just a goofball doing loser weird stuff. And then still has the audacity to sing about how she's taking accountability? What the fuck? That's the opposite of accountability. You're minimizing, downplaying the very real harm you caused to your underage fans through these group chats, these interactions, and all the shit that you said and sent. That's not taking accountability. You are literally doing the exact opposite by saying, like, it's really not that big of a deal, it's just kind of weird, that's all. And then she goes in to just say about, like, this is just directly shitting on the victims. She goes then into the next part saying that the reason there's a mob mentality is because they're coming forward with all these lies to monetize her demise because they don't like her. Well, Colleen Ballinger, let's supersize the McDonald's fries here. You're fucking insane. What are you talking about? How could you even, like, actually put this out there? I don't know how she could not only write this song, perform this song, and this is definitely not her first take, so go through this song multiple times, edit it, and then post this without realizing just how... I don't even know the right word. It's like almost downright evil she comes across. Because, again, this is like spitting in the face of all of the victims that have come forward with a ton of evidence against her, saying it's not a big deal, they're wrong, they're just doing it for clout. It's so sickening.
Yeah. I feel like I can already hear the comments on this video. She's gaslighting, manipulating. Oh, she's a narcissist and a rat. I would never make a mistake like that. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that all of you are perfect, so please criticize me. Bring out the daggers made from your perfect past and stab me repeatedly in my bony little back.
This is gonna come as a surprise. This is gonna be shocking. But yeah, most people aren't making mistakes like this. This isn't one of those like whoops-a-daisy mistakes that everyone makes in their life. Most normal people are going to go through their life without ever doing anything close to what you're accused of doing. Talking sexually with minors in a group chat, sending used underwear to kids. The list goes on, and she beats this point home about like how she's just made like a little mistake here and it doesn't make her a bad person. But this is, again, one of those mistakes that like actually does make you a bad person. This isn't like a little mistake. Like, she makes it sound like, oh, you don't have the right to criticize me because you're not perfect, your past isn't perfect. But most people's past isn't exactly one that's plagued by degeneracy like this. So, no one's perfect, of course, but that doesn't mean that people don't have the right to criticize you for just how ridiculously awful the shit that you are accused of doing is, and also how terrible this response is.
I'm sure you're disappointed in my shitty little song. I know you wanted me to say that I was 100% in the wrong. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna take that route of admitting to lies and rumors that you made up for clout.
Once again, just hawking a big fat loogie in the face of every victim that came forward here. If these are all lies and just rumors, why don't you prove your side of it? Why don't you provide any evidence beyond just a song that says things without showing things or proving things? There is nothing presented here that refutes a single claim at all. She's just singing things. And that's it. That's not evidence. The video and song goes on for like another 4 or 5 minutes, but she just keeps saying the same thing about how it's all lies and manipulation, but she doesn't prove any of that. Why wouldn't you want to like actually clear your name? I don't know what she thought this song would do. It doesn't offer any kind of explanation for anything to clear up what she's calling lies and rumors. It's nothing. There is mountains of like actual messages and videos of her engaging in very, very bad behavior, very awful things, which has led to people labeling her things like a groomer and a predator, which she really doesn't like, but that's what all of these documents lead towards, point towards, and she does nothing to refute any of it, except make this absolutely embarrassing song out of it. It's baffling. I couldn't believe this shit today. So yeah, like I said, I'm not going to play the rest of the video because she just keeps saying, it's all lies, it's just rumors, it's ridiculous, I can't believe you guys fell for it. But doesn't provide any kind of actual counterpoints or evidence or anything, so it's fucking useless. This is, I do think, the new worst YouTuber apology video, and that's not an easy feat to have accomplished, so that's wild. That's really about it. So yeah.
Do it, Charlie.
That's immediately hot.
Do it.
I can't get boners and I'm still balding. Cutting
my tongue.
What's that movie with Nicolas Cage where he's all fucking ice cream? That felt so fucking good.
I'm drooling harder than Kevin Spacey on Boy Scouts of America.
Sad, yeah, baby. Sad
We finally found an excuse to do the little nitro. Today's a big celebration. The channel hit 10 million subs and
we have to do something for
this
it.
Feels right, honestly.
This does. I'm excited. So we're going to eat 3 of them.
Yeah.
Cut in half.
Well, yeah, we need to make sure we savor the experience.
Right, of course. These are hard.
Now, we've done Psycho Serum before, but this is almost double. Psycho Serum was 6 million Scoville. This is what?
9 million Scoville?
Yeah, 9 million. Yeah, so this gummy bear is packing some fucking meat. 9 million Scoville, and it means that it's 900 times hotter than a jalapeno, which usually already almost hospitalized me.
Yeah, you hate jalapenos.
I really do hate jalapenos.
I thought this was going to be a lot easier to cut.
Really, just get in there, man. They should have it perforated,
They
like
should,
on like the
so
SATs.
you can just rip it.
Yeah.
All right, you want to cheers? I'm scared.
I don't feel
Here
fear.
you go. Cheers, Charlie.
Can you make lightning shoot out like
Yeah,
Palpatine
like
or like He-Man?
How many
Alright, yeah, you
Scovilles
guys-
is this?
It's 9 million Scovilles,
All right,
Charlie.
now,
What the fuck
now that
does
we're
that
rolling,
even mean?
It's
Didn't say
rough.
that.
I'm
It's
gonna
like
do a
magma.
real. All right, cheers, everyone.
Wait,
do we
9
chew
million
it?
Do we chew
Here we
it
go.
and shit?
Yeah,
No.
chew it. Chew
All right,
it.
Go
So
ahead.
fucking scared.
This is gonna suck so hard.
Holy fuck.
Chew it, Charlie.
That's immediately hot. That's
Chew it.
Oh, I'm getting through it. Not bad.
Alright, I'm gonna spit out pretty soon.
I think you can spit. You're good.
Ow. Yeah.
That's all right.
That was harder. Don't swallow it. Fucking beating Dark Souls 3 with my dick. That's just cutting my tongue.
What's that movie with Nicolas Cage where he's all flamed up riding a motorcycle? That's how I feel right now. But there's also that Wicker Man scene where I'm getting stung by bees in my fucking mouth.
Oh, that's just like a cutting pain. That's just like
That's a
pain.
tough one.
Oh,
Are you still chewing it?
Yeah.
What the fuck, Charlie?
Real Charlie is handling this very well.
This is not as bad as Psycho Serum.
It's not as bad. It's not even close to
close.
Psycho Serum, but it hurts my tongue.
That was a
really bad.
letdown. Although I would like
actually
to
wasn't too
state
bad.
that with all of them here, there was no point in me being in the spicy video. There was no reason for me to be
But
here.
it was just funny.
He
to
did
get
it the
you in
longest.
Yeah. You know I love fucking with you, man.
Oh yeah, thanks, man. I've loved you forever.
Yeah, I love you, man.
We've been best friends for like 17 years.
Oh my god.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Sad, yeah, baby. Sad woo. Painful woo.
I'm gonna cut my fucking tongue off with a knife. I'm drooling harder than Kevin Spacey on Boy Scouts of America.
My skull is vibrating like I just did the Wim Hof breathing challenge. The fuck is the Wim Hof breathing challenge?
It's the breath of fire. You gotta download the app to do it. It's like a breath of fire fucking thing. That was like
I'm sweating now.
Oh yeah, that's his word.
Oh yeah, baby.
Oh yeah, baby.
Oh yeah.
This really just feels like we're making a normal spicy video, and it's just times 5.
The humiliation right now in this room is at a higher level than when the antagonist inside the Doorman video gets humiliated.
Oh, they're slowly losing.
They're getting longer and longer.
Can you get a shot of Drew Gooden in the corner?
Can you just keep it down?
Drew, I'm gonna bring in the plane and you're gonna put it in your mouth. Vroom, vroom, it's coming in so fucking hot. Vroom,
Let's fucking
vroom,
go.
vroom, 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 vroom. Here it comes. That was so fucking awesome. I'm out of the loop, Charlie.
I feel like a ghost pepper put a tactical insertion in my mouth and just fucking respawned.
Someone just keeps shooting me over and over again, but I keep putting down the tactical insertion, thinking I'm gonna get actually a kill, but I keep dying over and over.
It's like this little fucking bear has the last stand perk and it's just shooting more and more loads in my fucking mouth while it's on its back dying. It's like Smokey the Bear's just shoving his giant cock into my mouth over and over again. Fire hazard high. Firemen come over.
Wait, but Smokey the Bear prevents fires.
I don't, shut up. It's just, it's like Hellraiser with his spiky cock just shoving it into my, like Smokey the Bear and Hellraiser just double teaming my face with their dick. All right, I'm done. Someone else go.
Did anyone
We've
swallow
really
any of it?
changed the style of hot content.
Yeah, that's good they're here because I can't speak.
Does any of the Charlies need a kiss because it's so hot and spicy?
I just dropped some fucking ice cream.
That felt so fucking good. You just kissed the boo-boo.
My taste buds are
In
under more
my
pressure
lips.
than Nicolas
You don't need to
Cage.
put this part in.
We're just doing
That
whatever
one was for us.
We're just doing whatever Charlie would do.
Yeah, Charlie does that all the time.
Wait,
Off
Charlie
camera.
only kisses me.
What?
Charlie,
Here I come. Here comes the plane. The plane's coming in hot.
How come it's only extinguishing when it's actually inside your mouth?
That's how they
Once
get
you
you.
swallow it, the hell comes back.
The dumb little bear actually owns this tub of ice cream, so they know. It's like how Viagra and the hair, what is it? The hair growing thing? Rogaine.
You
The
mean
same
how-
company.
You're talking about how Hims also sells ED pills for the fix a problem that they caused?
Exactly.
This is such a fever dream of a video.
I can't get boners and I'm still balding. It doesn't work. It doesn't do either of the two things that it was supposed to.
I don't even know what to do at this point anymore. I'm lost.
I haven't stopped on my tongue.
I was about to start throwing out analogies, but it makes no sense if I do.
Do a Charlie analogy, Matt. What do you got?
I don't want to be in your head.
Well, just try. What would
The
Charlie
only thing
say?
that doesn't make sense is Tenet, the worst movie ever made.
I wonder if Dale has a way of defending himself against this kind of pain.
Who?
Dale.
Is he from Tenet?
Good ice cream.
I feel like my tongue is PewDiePie, and this little nitro is like the Huffington Post during 2018. Yeah. I started doing the yawn, ironically.
This is going to make it in your
I hope it
content
continues after we leave.
Yeah. I've never actually just felt dumbfounded in my life where I'm like, I don't know how to interact, and I have no idea what to do right now. I feel overwhelmed.
Make a metaphor, Matt. It helps.
Make a metaphor, feels good.
Yeah, talk about how bad Thor Dark World was.
Make a metaphor, but don't get into the meta universe. It fucking sucks down there. That went fucking fire.
It's finally coming down.
That was not nearly as bad as I thought.
It wasn't as bad as Psycho Serum, but that was still really bad.
If you took the entire thing, it's definitely super bad.
Yeah.
We do have Psycho Serum here if we want to let them compare.
Oh my god.
Would you do Psycho Serum?
No.
Yeah, there we go.
Alright, you want to take us out, Charlie? Or
Yeah,
Charlie's?
take us out, Charlie.
Take us out, Charlie.
Alright, guys. I just want to say thanks for watching. This was one of the best get-togethers. One of the biggest just parties I've ever had. I can't believe the union and the unity. Great Charlie burps. We got little fucking bears. We got Drew. Hey.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Drew.
When I don't look, I don't know who's talking.
Well, Charlie's talking.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for watching, guys, and yeah. I think that's about it for today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Minecraft is one of the most popular things on the planet. Kids grow up in that game. They end up more familiar with the Minecraft world than their own household. Like, this boogeyman doesn't exist anymore. Now it's Herobrine. Or maybe even that's outdated, I don't know. The only thing I know for sure is Herobrine is real. I watched it slit the throat of my grandfather to squeeze out the diamonds from his cold corpse. Point is, Minecraft is huge. So it was only a matter of time before a live-action movie was made to capitalize on the success of the property. And rejoice because that time is now. The Minecraft movie trailer just dropped. And the reception has been lukewarm at best. In fact, I'm being pretty generous by calling it lukewarm. There was about as much cheering for this as there was when I hit my last free throw in my high school basketball career. And it was really only my parents clapping because we got blown out in that final game. Ever since the film was announced as a live-action movie, people were quick to write it off, just saying things like, there's no way they'll be able to make that watchable, it'll probably just be garbage. And now that the teaser's dropped, that's confirmed a lot of people's suspicions that, yep, this is going to be turbo ass. Jack Black as Steve is the biggest one people are pointing the finger at here. So, Jack Black plays Steve. For those of you that don't know Minecraft, which is 0 people watching, I'll still just show you anyway. This is Steve. He's basically just playing Jack Black, but in a blue shirt. It looks like he rolled out of bed and they gave him this blue shirt instead. Alright, now you're Steve. As if it's Captain America's shield or something. It's pretty low effort from the costume department here that people were making fun of. It'd be like if they made a live-action Simpsons movie and I was cast as Homer and this was my costume, because Homer also wears a white shirt. Like, fucking porn parodies put more work into the costuming. Like SpongeBob SquareNuts. They had a whole get-up for him that you could immediately identify as, oh, that's supposed to be SpongeBob. Here, if he didn't say, I am Steve, I would have had no fucking clue, personally. Just like I have no clue who Jason Momoa is supposed to be here, he looks like a character I would have made in Dress to Impress on Roblox, just combining random shit onto the character. He looks like someone in the Witness Protection Program who's going undercover to see a Creedence Clearwater Revival concert. But at the very least, that's fun. Like, Jason Momoa just being like a, quirky, zany-looking character here in the trailer, like, that's interesting. Jack Black as Steve is just, man, you didn't even really try. Like, Jack Black is a huge draw. Most people really like Jack Black, and he's been in a lot of huge movies recently. If I could, I'd ask the Men in Black to neuralize the knowledge of Borderlands out of my fucking cranium, so that way I don't have to remember that Jack Black was in that atrocity. But he's been in some great films, and it looks like he's the go-to now for these studio execs to pick up for children's movies. And based off this teaser, this is very clearly aimed at kids. This is made for toddlers. I'm talking like actual milk-drinking, fucking snot-nosed, diaper-soiling children. This isn't like the Super Mario Bros. Movie where pretty much anyone of all ages can appreciate that film. This one really seems, at least based on this very first glimpse, that it is entirely made for kids that love Minecraft. Not anyone who loves Minecraft. The style of the film is just also kind of off-putting. Danny summed it up best by saying it looks like a Honda commercial. It also just kind of reminds me of something Clash of Clans would have posted on their YouTube channel as like a Facebook ad or something. The animation style is not revolting or anything, except for this stupid fucking thing. But the integration of live action into it just is not done super well in this teaser. It really looks kind of haphazardly thrown together. Like, the live action characters just don't blend with the animation as well as I would have thought it would. This movie would have been significantly better if it was just fully animated instead of trying to shoehorn and ham-fist in like Jack Black and Jason Momoa just for the sake of having big name star power draw to it. Like, they could have voiced in it. You know, like, I don't know why they didn't take a page out of the Super Mario Bros. Playbook, which was very positively received, absolutely crushed it in the box office, and for some reason, Minecraft completely ignores that, comes out here and shits their whole ass with this teaser, which is not being positively received. If it was fully animated, I think it would have stood a far better chance. Ultimately, though, I don't think it's going to matter to the main demographic the movie is trying to appeal to, which is kids. They're not going to care. Kids will just endlessly let videos autoplay, rotting their goddamn brains, just watching like Finger Family or whatever else just happens to scroll through. Like, they're not going to be bothered by things like the live action and animation don't work together super well. But just because I'm not the target audience for this movie doesn't mean I can't insult it and point out its shortcomings. What are they gonna do? Have the Enderman come fuck me? This just isn't great looking, and a lot of people aren't very happy with it, especially because apparently it's been 10 years in the making. Like, they started scripting this back in 2014 from what I read. What a weird use of 10 years. What it seems to me, and I could be totally wrong here, I got the tinfoil hat on for this, is they may have had like a bunch of different scripts over the course of the decade, and then they started seeing video game movies succeed, like Sonic, like Detective Pikachu, like Super Mario Bros. And then they just started to rush, like, okay, we need to capitalize on this ASAP. It's hot right now. We have to strike while the iron is hot. We gotta go! And then they push this out. At least that's the impression I get here. Who knows, though? Maybe this was the original vision from the start. All the way back in 2014, they said, we need Jablinski Games in here, playing Steve. Regardless, though, right now it's only one teaser, so maybe the next one comes out and it's great. It blows us all away. You know, maybe the movie comes out and it's extraordinary. But I doubt it. And many others are doubting it as well. That's about it. See ya. Good morning, everyone. I hope the holiday season has been kind to you. As we approach the new year, I wanted to bestow upon you some sage wisdom. As we get into 2024, I imagine many of you are going to choose a New Year's resolution to be more confident, and I just wanted to show you what it looks like when you go a little too hog wild and immediately blow it and pretty much fail the New Year's resolution before it even begins. This exchange was shared today. The two people here have met a few times and there was nothing odd about any of it. Now, out of the blue, this guy says, "Can I say something weird?" and then sends that face. When that face hits the text messages, you know shit is about to go downhill immediately. Nothing good ever comes from seeing that face. It's like Bloody Mary in the mirror. But she says, of course, with an exclamation point, almost excited to hear what weird thing he's about to explain. So he goes, He starts charging up his Kamehameha here. He's about to drop a fucking nuclear bomb on this conversation and this friendship. So here it comes. Happy New Year. I just saw a post celebrating Fat Beauty, and you were the Fat Beauty closest to the top of my contacts, and then drops this hot emoji here. So I just wanted to check in and say hi. And they say chivalry's dead. If that line doesn't get you laid, Nothing will. Flirting has never looked so good. So how did she respond to this silver-tongued devil? Holy fucking hell. We'll just casually act like you didn't just say that. And he's dumbfounded. He can't process what went wrong here. He goes, I understand how that was the wrong thing for me to say. Actually, I don't. Please explain how I can prevent making someone uncomfortable in the future. It's like an exit survey after customer service experience. What did you appreciate and what did you not appreciate? How can we improve in the future? I have no doubt this was the last thing she was expecting after saying that she'd like to hear something weird. But anyway, I'll go ahead and break it down for you, brother, on where this bulletproof strategy went awry. Let me give you like a counterexample maybe to help illustrate the point. Let's say there was someone I was talking to that I was somewhat romantically interested in, and I opened this conversation by saying, hey, so I just read this post about stupid bitches, so naturally I thought of you. How are you? It wouldn't exactly go over well now, would it? So you coming out of the blue, guns blazing, calling her fat, is not exactly the compliment that you may have thought it was. But anyway, there is another series of text messages I wanted to talk about because it had me giggling this morning. There was an individual giving away 100 articles of clothing, and somebody wanted to come claim them. But things really took a turn for the worst. It starts innocent enough. Are the clothes available? To which they say, yes, please God, take them. Very clearly wanting to get rid of all of these clothes. And then they ask for the location. After receiving the coordinates to the rendezvous, they ask, can you meet me in blank? So meeting at a different location that's a little closer to them. To which they understandably say, no, I'm not meeting for free stuff. And then say, I can gove you $10 to brung them, okay? And they just say no again. It's an almost adorable sentence. I can gove you $10 to brung them. It's like baby talk in text message format. It reminds me of the dialogue in the game Bugsnax. Now, this individual clearly does not want to drive out of their way to deliver free stuff to this person, not even for $10, because that's a wild inconvenience to them. They're giving away the free stuff. If you want it, it should be on you to come get it. Like, it's not their responsibility to drive an hour out of their way to deliver it to this stranger. Jesus, thanks. Keep them then. I have a newborn Jesus, which is a huge statement to make. We've got Jesus Christ coming back for round 3, I guess, because she just gave birth to him. I don't have time to waste it. Do you want them gone or not? I don't know why she's trying to flip this around and haggle with this individual who's trying to give away the free clothing. Like, obviously, they want them gone, but they're not going to drive an hour out of their way to get rid of them. It's not that big of a deal. Whoever wants them can come get them, and if no one comes and gets them, I'm sure they would have no problem just donating them to, like, Goodwill or something. This lady has no leverage in this negotiation here whatsoever. So do you want them gone or not? Your only option is to bring them an hour over here to me. Like, no, clearly, that's not the only choice to be making here. That's the bad ending. That's like the stupid ending. If you do that, you have done a big fucking blunder. They say, I do, but I'm not driving an hour round trip. If you want them, you'll get them. If not, someone else will. The brass tacks, the cold hard facts, the cold water. That is the truth right there. If you want them, come get them. If you don't, someone else will. They then ask for the address and then say, it's not that far from blank, and blank is 10 to 15 minutes from blank. Everything's redacted here like a CIA document, so it's a little hard to keep up with. But they're still trying to find a way for them to bring the clothes closer to them so it's more convenient for them to pick up the free shit. They say, I live closer to blank, so 50 minutes, so yeah, you could meet me to blank. That would help us both. Thanks if you would be nice. And they just, again, say no. This sets her off and she goes, bitch, have a good day. I have kids, me and I live further than you and I was ready to pay, have a good day. To which they say, I have kids too, doesn't make you special. I ask because everything expensive, I would drive down me for someone, obviously English people are actually asshole. Anyway, I wouldn't be like you me, I would do halfway for someone that's need it. Obviously you have money so you don't give a shit apka about any but yourself. You were rude. That's also what I didn't like. Instead of figuring something out for both of us as well, so you're mama person, not me? I'm not sure what that word is because it's blocked by the arrow. One of the most difficult to read statements I've ever read since trying to read Finnegan's Wake. I recognize English may not be her first language here, but goodness gracious, that was a lot to try and get a grasp on here. So I believe what she's trying to say is that if the roles were reversed, and she was the one giving away free clothes, she would have no problem driving an hour out of her way to give them to someone. Which is a load of dirty barnacles. What a fucking load of fish paste. What are you talking about? You won't even drive over here and get the free clothes that she's offering. You're making a big stink about it. So how the fuck am I supposed to believe that you would drive an hour out of your way to bring someone else free clothes when you won't even go here to get them without making a huge deal out of trying to get her to come to you instead? What a ridiculous statement. What an outright fucking lie. You're telling a fib. And liars or go to hell because it's a sin. She also wasn't rude, by the way. She's giving away free clothes and you're trying to take advantage of her kindness and try and push her to do even more for you, for your own convenience. You are the rude asshole, not the person giving away the free clothes. I know things are expensive, that's why I'm giving these away, but I'm not spending time driving to meet someone just to give them away. Like, would you? I would have paid with the only little money I have, so thanks. Yes, I would. Thanks. Go to church. What are you talking about? She's not asking for money and she doesn't need you to gove her $10 to brung them. Like that, just go get the clothes. She is already giving these things away for free. Just go get them instead of trying to shame her for not driving an hour out of her way for a fucking stranger who's too lazy to go do it herself. Like, that is entirely a you problem, not her. And I don't know why you're trying to tell her to go to church. Why don't you go to church, plant your ass in one of the pews and pray for forgiveness for one of the 7 deadly sins of sloth, because you're so fucking lazy that you won't go do the bare minimum and instead start being an asshole to this person who's just giving away free clothes. The conversation concludes with, "I definitely do not have money, what an assumption, go to hell." And she goes, "Great, exactly, shouldn't say that word." What are you talking about? You literally called her a bitch like 3 messages ago. What, saying bitch is okay, but not hell? HE double hockey sticks is too far? What is going on? How can you be such a miserable piece of shit? Like, this person is already giving away free clothes. And instead of going to get them and saying thank you, you try and shame them into driving an hour out of their way for your own convenience. How can you be so selfish? The entitlement here is absolutely incomprehensible. I just had to talk about it. This one had me giggling, but also fuming a little bit. Just trying to understand how people like this exist. This is free items that you are making a huge problem out of because they won't drive an hour out of their way for you for it. It's so crazy to me. But anyway, yeah, I just want to talk about these a little bit. That's it. See ya. For a while, I've talked about something that I feel a lot of people overlook, and it's the importance of stuntmen. Their work is some of the most important in all of movies in general, and I always have such a deep appreciation for the art, especially growing up on things like Jackie Chan movies. I've always paid very close attention to stunt work. And today I saw a video on Twitter that really just inspired me, tickled my Elmo, and made me want to just talk about this because this stunt guy is a goddamn hero, and he may very well be immortal.
3, 2, 1, action!
When I first watched this, I thought they just tossed a doll down the stairs like a dummy in order to make it look like someone got thrown down the stairs. Until the very end, I realized, holy shit, that's a living, breathing human being there that just got thrown down the escalator. The dude got fucking potato sacked, thrown out like a trash bag, a slinky going down the escalator here. So then I watched it back and I was like, okay, maybe he's in like some kind of full body suit of medieval armor to help with the impact here. Kind of like that guy who built the anti-grizzly bear suit, and he used to like get hit by trucks and shit to prove how strong it was. But then I realized he's not doing that either. He does have some kind of like padding on himself, but it's kind of light. He looks like one of Shredder's ninjas from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So while there is padding there, it's not like he's in some kind of juggernaut bomb defusal squad uniform here. It's pretty light. And it seems to be a real escalator. I don't know what you can really do to modify an escalator to make falling like that hurt less. Even if each one of those steps was a memory foam pillow, it would still hurt quite a bit because that's a long fall, and he does a few tumbles there. He like lands on the back of his neck on like that second one there. So, it seems like a pretty risky stunt, but I have no doubt this guy probably did this with a fucking smile on his face because stuntmen are actual warriors. They're fucking champions out there. I also wonder how many takes they've done of this. Like, this is probably like take number 12. It's like, hey, the first 11 were okay, but you weren't flailing around enough, and we really want like almost a neck-breaking action when you're falling, so we're gonna do this again until we can get that effect. Like they probably did this multiple times of him just getting fucking tomato canned down this escalator. It honestly kind of reminds me of that iCarly scene where Gibby falls from like the roof onto just bare concrete. We had Noah Monk on the podcast who played Gibby in that show, and he said that that was done for real. A stuntman actually just fucking like belly flopped onto concrete and broke like all of his ribs. So when you see that impact of Gibby bouncing off the cement, that's a real person that happened to, and his ribs paid the ultimate fucking price for it. And I have no doubt this is probably just as real, but somehow this guy seems like okay. Gibby had to be taken off on a stretcher after that. The stuntman, he had to be like goddamn taken out there, like nearly had to call in the chopper rescue unit to airlift him out. Meanwhile, this guy probably just walked it off, rubbed some dirt in it. Like, it's crazy. Stuntmen are actually super, super impressive. And I really hope they're being paid well for John Wick 4 here. This got me even more excited for John Wick than I already was seeing a stunt like this. They didn't take some kind of easy way out with like CGI or using some kind of like animatronic or doll or something. They actually just had an absolute madman do this stunt for real. And that is super fucking cool. Anyway, this wasn't the only thing I saw on Twitter that was inspirational. I saw something that was honestly a tear-jerking moment that I kind of just want to share with all of you. This is like a little bonus that I'd like to dive into. Recently, Hasbullah has been on this absolute blow-up. He's really popping off. Most people know who that is by now. He's got a very strong social media presence, and people love him. And from everything I've seen, Hasbullah seems like a really nice, likable guy. And he recently went on Mike Tyson's podcast, Mike Tyson's show, and things got real interesting real quick. Like, even just the way he's talking to him. Oh, Jesus Christ. He like blows a raspberry on him. Like, he had no idea that was a man. Honestly, it's just kind of like a wholesome thing. Like, I don't think Hasbullah was offended or anything. I don't think Mike Tyson was upset that he snuggled Hasbullah. Like, I think it's just not a big deal. It's just something silly and fun. Now, to be fair, Mike Tyson could do this same thing to me. He'd be like, hey, Charles, throw some punches at me real quick. We'll toy around a little bit. I'd be like, all right, you got it, Mr. Tyson. So I'm throwing these wet noodles at him, and then he just picks me up and starts cradling me and rocking me back and forth until I start to get drowsy, and maybe he starts, like, biting at my ear a little bit. Unsurprisingly, there were some people on Twitter that were very upset about this, and I mean, that's par for the course. You could post the cutest picture of your dog ever and you'll somehow outrage 1,000 people on Twitter. That's not surprising. But I do want to at least mention that I feel like in this case, this was just one of those moments where Mike Tyson made a bit of a blunder here, a boo-boo. It just feels like a truly victimless, harmless, wacky moment. Mike Tyson probably just wasn't too knowledgeable on who Hasbullah was before he was booked for the show, but it is just, it is super goofy that he picks him up and then starts like nuzzling him, and then he immediately starts chomping and biting at the ear of Hasbullah, which I think is like self-aware from Mike Tyson here. I don't think that he's just naturally drawn to like biting people's ears off or anything like that. I think that was just supposed to be like a joke, and who knows, this might have even been like a scripted, planned thing, and I've fallen hook, line, and sinker for the bait. Regardless, though, I think it is still just kind of a goofy, fun moment, I suppose, that I thought was worth at least mentioning. That's really about it, so yeah. I remember a decade or so ago, there was this trend where some creepy, degenerate losers would go around in public and try and sneakily take pictures of women's panties by sliding their phone under their dress when they weren't paying attention. They treated it like they were Sam Fisher and Splinter Cell on a stealth mission trying to grab these photographs. And they'd take these pictures and they were called upskirts. If I remember correctly, there was even a Reddit community for that where they would proudly post this, which, by the way, is illegal. They were posting evidence of a crime they had committed on the subreddit. I'm pretty sure it got fully shut down, but right now there is like a Reddit upskirts community, but I think that's something totally different, like a phoenix that rose from those ashes, because it looks like those are upskirts that the people are taking of themselves for that community. But I do remember that there was a huge controversy about that a long time ago, and then pretty much overnight, it disappeared. Just like Godzilla after a big rampage, it just vanished. I'd never heard about upskirts again. I never read any headlines about anyone doing upskirts, getting like arrested or anything like that, until 2 days ago, with a Target creep who got caught on video taking an upskirt of another shopper. And it's become a pretty big story now. So when I first saw this, I thought it was fake. I thought it was like one of those rage bait things that TikTok does really often. Because it really looks, it's so over the top, like I really thought it was staged to be like a lesson, like don't be a peeping Tom, don't be like this guy. But it turns out this is all super real. So he's now facing felony charges for this, obviously. I don't know why there's a watermark here though.
Excuse me, what are you doing? No, I just saw you put that underneath her dress. Absolutely you did.
No, ma'am, I really wasn't.
You absolutely did.
Ma'am, I really wasn't.
So like, he looks pretty much right at her while she's filming, and he puts his phone under her dress. So I really thought it was like, oh, this is a skit. This is fake. But no, this guy is just that much of a brazen pervert. Degenerate. It's actually real. So I'll show you the follow-up in a second, but no, he actually leaves here in handcuffs. He is facing felony charges, and his whole life is ruined. Rightfully so, because who knows how many times he's done this. Upskirts are a crime. Like, you can't be doing that, obviously. He's a fucking degenerate. His legs shaking, that's wild. Oh yeah, we didn't finish the video, yeah. And also, instead of leaving, he stays to try and, like, talk his way out of it. Like, he was trying to find all the right dialogue options in the tree to get the good ending, instead of just running away like most people like him. So he stays the entire time to get arrested.
I really promise I wasn't trying to do anything inappropriate. I wasn't. I really wasn't. I'm not like that.
Obviously you are. I literally have it on video.
But ma'am, I'm not. I really am not. Like, I know it might have seemed that way in like the video.
No,
like, just...
Okay, listen to me.
Yes, ma'am.
We're gonna wait for them to get here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Like, I was just trying to look
at
books.
I was just trying to look at books. Okay. That's... what an interesting alternate theory there. He's just browsing some good reads. That's all. In the Pokemon cards section, where all the best books are. Does bro know porn exists? There's so many people like this though. It's for them, I think. It's like the thrill of doing something like this. Like, I imagine this probably isn't the only time he's done it. And apparently he had been following the lady filming around the entire time, which is why she's filming here, because she got a very creepy vibe from this guy. And then I guess at some point she de-aggroed him, so then he went to this girl, started following her, and then did this.
No, I have video of him sticking his phone underneath this lady's dress as she had bent over, videotaping her. And he followed me all around the store.
Okay. So...
We need to get police.
Okay, if you can go ahead and call them also.
Oh, they don't have the next one. But he gets taken away in handcuffs. But he gets taken away from the target with the police. Turns out he was like a very active member of the church, like the local church they were at. This and that. He tried to talk his way out of it. It has not worked, and now he's facing some super serious charges. But this was something that I found interesting. He keeps denying that he wasn't doing anything wrong, and he apparently showed the police his phone, like the recent pictures, and he didn't have any recent pictures, but I don't know if that also means videos, or if he also had time to delete them. Last I heard, they subpoenaed to get like his deleted information for forensic examination. And they also said this too. Police say they have yet to discover anything inappropriate involving children. Yeah, he's a volunteer at the elementary school. Arrested and cuffed at a fucking library. Show some respect, brother. He's a target. Why was the lady taking a video in the grocery store? Perfect time to catch him. Damn it, it's a Target. It's not just a grocery store, and it's not just a library. Show some respect. But as she said, she was filming him because he was initially following her around in the children's section. She got a creepy vibe, so she started filming him and following him around and then caught that. This. Imagine the unexpected turn of events, he didn't film anything. The charges against that poor lady would be crazy. Even if in the most unlikely of circumstances he didn't film anything, him putting the phone under this lady's dress still shows the intent. Like, even if he didn't hit record, like he missed it, he still showed the intent. And even if you can't arrest him for that, he's still going to be ostracized from like his church community and like his friends for that. That's creepy shit no matter what. I don't think he was recording. I think they hear the click of a photo being taken. Nope. Actually, I don't know if this is true. Chat can tell me if this is true or not. When I was reading through the story after I found out it was real, I learned that this was a pretty popular thing overseas. So I think in Japan, I think is where it was, they instituted this mandate that if you're taking a picture or a video, it has to have a sound. So you can't do this discreetly anymore because it makes a sound. And I thought that was the craziest shit. That's real? That is true? That's wild. It was that big of a problem, huh? US supermarkets have the same energy as random encounters in GTA. My dad died taking an upskirt photo. Alright. Interesting meme. So he's actually facing some additional charges as well for secret peeping. They issued a warrant after identifying 3 separate victims at the store on Monday morning, so he's facing 5 counts of secret peeping in total. Dude was really creeping and peeping on a Monday morning here. Allegedly 3 separate victims? Goodness gracious, Jesus Christ. He was just sliding his phone under everyone with a pulse at this store, I guess. But anyway, he's been caught red-handed here. He would have got away with it if it wasn't for those meddling iPhones that can also record him as well. Like, the crazy thing about a phone is it can be used for more than just filming panties. It can film you filming panties. So I guess we'll see what happens here. I highly doubt there's any alternate explanation for what he was doing in this video. I can't think of a single possible other reason for why he did what he did there aside from upskirts. That's the only logical thing. I can't even think of some kind of ridiculous theory. Never mind, scratch that. I did come up with a ridiculous theory. What if he wasn't grabbing upskirts there and instead saw a very venomous spider on the ground? He saw a black widow and he got down there calmly as to not scare the shopper or scare the spider away and then smashed it with his phone. Who knows? Maybe that's the story. Maybe that's what he did. He squished a bug and saved the day. Obviously, I'm fucking kidding with that. The only thing that can explain his behavior here is that he is a sexual degenerate that was grabbing upskirts. So I guess we'll see what charges stick here or what comes from this story. That's really about it. I just wanted to share it. That's it. See ya.